Kill the Indian, save the man. Ward Churchill for little Charlie Wenjack, and all the other youngsters, then and now, lost to the residential schools. Contents foreword by Willie Dunn. 11 Charlie Wenjack. Preface by George E. Tinker. 13 Tracing a contour of colonialism, American Indians and the trajectory of educational imperialism. Introduction by Ward Churchill. Slying that little matter of genocide revisited, contours of a hidden Holocaust in native North America. Genocide by any other name, 1 American Indian residential schools in context. 1 Form and scope of the crime. 3 Genocide in North America. 8 To kill the Indian. 12 Forcing the transfer of children. 16 Destroying the national pattern of the oppressed group. 19 Imposing the national pattern of the oppressor. 24 The slow death measure of starvation. 29 Indirect killing by disease. 34 The slow death measure of forced labor. 44 Torture. 3 Forward Charlie Wenjack, who died in 1966, aged 12, running away from an Indian residential school near Kenora, Ontario. Trying to get back to his father and his people. Walk on, little Charlie, walk on through the snow. Heading down the railway line, trying to make it home. Well, he's made it 40 miles, 600 left to go. It's a long old lonesome journey, shuffling through the snow. He's lonesome and he's hungry. It's been a time since last he ate, and as the night grows bolder, he wonders at his fate. For his legs are racked with pain as he staggers through the night. And sees through his troubled eyes, that his hands are turning white. Lonely as a single star, in the skies above, his father in a mining camp, his mother in the ground, and he's looking for his dad, and he's looking out for love, just a lost little boy by the railroad track heading homeward bound. 11 Is that the great Wendigo come to look upon my face? And are the skies exploding down the misty aisles of space? Who's that coming down the track, walking up to me? Walk on, little Charlie, walk on through the snow. Moving down the railway line, try to make it home. And he's made it 40 miles, 600 left to go. It's a long old lonesome journey, shuffling through the snow. Willie Dunn. Preface. Tracing a contour of colonialism, American Indians and the trajectory of educational imperialism by George E. Tinker. There are neither good nor bad colonists, there are colonists. Jean-Paul Sartre. 1957. Who can quarrel with education? That much, at least, should be an unmitigated good deriving from the last 500 years of Euro-Western colonialism. And the Indian residential schools, created by church denominations and the federal governments of the United States and Canada, were the best attempt of the liberal colonizer to advance the state of Indian peoples in North America. One such is the colonizer's apologetic for colonization and rationalization of conquest. In this volume, however, Ward Churchill lays to rest any misapprehensions we may still harbor that the residential education of American Indian children has in any way functioned as a good in native communities over the past couple of centuries. Again and again, with incisive argumentation and lucid citation of evidence, Churchill demonstrates that the Indian schools were consciously designed as part of the colonizer's imperial project. In 1835, in his Minute on Education, T.B. Macaulay had already understood the role of schooling for the colonized as a principal tool of empire. Living on the subcontinent as a member of the British Supreme Council of India, and signaling the beginning of what became known in colonial hierarchies as indirect rule, Macaulay held that the task of empire in India called for educating a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions we govern, a class of persons, Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. Serious efforts to accomplish similar results had commenced in the United States shortly after the War of 1812 under the leadership of Thomas L. McKenney, who served 13 presidents, first as Superintendent of Indian Trade and then, beginning in 1824, as head of the newly created Office of Indian Affairs. 3 Close to missionaries and intellectually/politically liberal. McKenney won federal support through the so-called Civilization Fund for early mission schools and introduced rhetoric concerning Euro-America's supposed civilizing project that remained largely unchanged for the next century and a half. Unlike the model developed by British imperialism in India and much of the rest of the world, however, the colonization of North America took the form of settler state colonialism, that is, of literally supplanting indigenous peoples within their own territories. For this meant that in North America, as was also true in Australia and New Zealand, the colonizer had to undertake measures very different and far more drastic than merely training a new entrepreneurial broker class among the colonized. 5. To legitimate an ever-increasing occupancy of the land by whites, the U.S. and Canada were compelled to reduce the native population to a state of subjugation so complete that they might willingly concede the whole of their territorial entitlement to the settler society. Education of the colonized became a central and conscious technique for attaining this end. Verbiage concerning the betterment of savage natives was regularly voiced by policymakers, their missionary supporters, and those whose job was implementation of schools for native children. 6. The larger goal was always not only the control of native peoples, but the consensual, i.e., legal theft of their properties. It was this intended outcome which dictated that a particular mode of schooling, quite distinct from that envisioned by Macaulay for use in India, be visited upon American Indian children. In India, with its huge population, imperial strategists deemed it most cost-effective to rely upon manipulation rather than sheer coercion in the extraction of labor and other resources from the colonized mass. Hence, a relative few of the latter were indoctrinated from childhood to assist the British in maximizing the efficiency of their exploitative endeavor. 7. In more sparsely populated North America, by contrast, given the settlers' oft-stated ambition to expropriate everything possessed by the natives, only the most comprehensive sort of assimilation posed a viable alternative to the campaigns of physical extermination by which indigenous resistance was quelled until the final decade of the 19th century. 8. The type of schooling necessary to attainment of so sweeping an assimilationist agenda devolved upon the inculcation of subservience among those forced to undergo it. Thus, as Churchill demonstrates, the curriculum imposed on American Indian youngsters in what were openly described as industrial schools focused mostly upon training rather than education in any real sense. 9. Training meant teaching young Indian women to become maids and household servants or to toil in commercial laundries, while young men were expected to master the skills needed to place them in the cheap hire of ranchers and farmers and sometimes factory, mine, or mill operators throughout the western U.S. 10. Most importantly, as Secretary of the Interior Carl Schurz expressed it, the object was to impart the Euro-Western concept of work upon every pupil. This, in order to wean them from their traditional ways of life and drive them into the vortex of Euro-America's emerging capital-driven wage labor economy. 1. Churchill presses the point even further, demonstrating that in the course of providing vocational training, the schools functioned as no more than factories or labor camps producing goods and generating profits. This was a predictable result and even mandated by Washington, since Congress insisted from the outset that the process of Indian residential education be rendered self-supporting. 12. Coupling forceful argumentation to the evidence accruing from his meticulous research, Churchill relates the toll taken among the supposed beneficiaries of the system and thereby shatters any honest misperception that the boarding schools were spawned of white benevolence. For the most part, the Indian schools were a product of 19th-century liberal inclinations born of roughly 4 centuries of evolution in Euro-Western theology and philosophy. One could seek on this basis to make the case that schools and education embodied the best attempt of liberal politicians and Protestant church officials to soften the blow upon native peoples already pushed to the brink of extinction by the ravages of conquest. Indeed, one could try and claim that the whole effort was aimed at genuinely improving the lot of those most heavily victimized by the acquisition and consolidation of the North American settler states. Such, however, is merely the substance of standard apologist contentions that whatever was done, no matter how egregiously in error, was motivated, and thus presumably redeemed, by the best of intentions. 13. More accurately, as now countless authors engaged in the discourse of post-colonialism have observed, even the best European thinking during this period called the Enlightenment was always dedicated to the Eurosupremacist task of rationalizing and legitimating empire. 14 Here, it matters little whether one considers the thought of Hobbes or Hume, Locke or Hegel, Jefferson or Mill. Nor, somewhat ironically, should Karl Marx be excluded from the lineup, no more than Descartes, Kant, or Montesquieu. All were hopelessly mired in the intellectual/moral morass of trying to frame Europe's blood-drenched reality in terms of an unparalleled advancement in actualizing the loftiest of ideals. 1. Far from offsetting or countering the vulgarities of Europe's imperial pretension, Enlightenment philosophy served as the intellectual engine powering its expansion to global proportions. 16. While the rhetoric and policies that would lead to the residential schools were being articulated as early as 1816, Mackenzie's vision began to find programmatic traction only towards the end of the century, a time when the military capacity of North America's indigenous nations to resist dispossession was thought to have been largely exhausted, the overall native population reduced by privation, disease, and attritional warfare to a manageable number. 17 The shift in emphasis from annihilating to assimilating the residue of surviving Indians commenced in earnest following the end of a very uncivilized civil war in the U.S. when newly installed President Ulysses S. Grant, responding to the concerted lobbying of church reformers and liberal politicians, enunciated what was referred to as his peace policy in 1869. 18. From there on, an ever-increasing weight was placed upon perfection of the means by which the remains of native North America might be most expeditiously digested. And, in this connection, education constituted perhaps the key ingredient. 19. The early stages of the reform movement resulted in a long series of annual meetings held at Lake Mohonk, New York, beginning in 1883. 20. Calling themselves Friends of the Indian, these conferences initially brought together much the same cast of characters who had successfully swayed Grant during his 2 terms in office, 1869 to 1877. The growing extent of their influence is revealed, however, in the fact that a range of high government officials, including 3 presidents, could soon be numbered among the participants. 21 Also involved was Massachusetts Senator Henry M. Dawes, engineer of the 1887 General Allotment Act, under which individual rather than communal ownership of land was imposed on Indian reservations throughout the U.S., thereby undermining the integrity/cohesion of indigenous societies while providing a legal pretext for divesting 16 native people of approximately 2/3 of the property still in their POS-22 cession. 3 principal themes emerged early on in the Lake Mohonk conferences and were thereafter regularly deployed as rationales guiding the formulation of federal Indian policies. 1. The need for inculcation of individualism among native people. 2. That to achieve this end Indians should be universally educated to hold Euro-Western beliefs, and that, 3. All Indians, duly educated and thus individualized, should be absorbed as citizens into the U.S. body politic. Individualism, of course, as was very concretely reflected in the rationale advanced in support of the Allotment Act, represented the very antithesis of the traditional communal values upon which all American Indian societies are based. 2. As U.S. Indian Commissioner George Mennypenny put it as early as 1856, for assimilation to occur, it was necessary that Indians learn to say I instead of we, me instead of us, mine instead of ours. 24. The imposition of U.S. citizenship, which is also covered in part by the Allotment Act, 25 meant first and foremost that Indians would no longer be citizens of their own nations in any genuine sense. Indeed, the term subsequently employed, even by most Indians, has been tribal members -6 but would henceforth be held accountable to the internal laws of the United States. To that end, the reformers put an end to federal treaty making with Indians through a rider attached to the 1871 Appropriations Act, thereby abolishing the last vestige of the nation-to-nation negotiations between the U.S. and indigenous peoples that had previously prevailed. With formal acknowledgement of native sovereignty thus nullified, -8 congressional reformers moved through the 1885 Major Crimes Act to assert U.S. jurisdiction over all that was left of the Indians' reserved territories. 29. incorporating each Indian as a citizen directly into the U.S. polity, thereby finalizing her/his subordination to the settler state's rule of law, was simply the culmination of the whole thrust. At that point, the internal colonization of native North America was effectively complete. 30. The only remaining task was, when and wherever possible, to condition native people to be not only accepting but embracing of their circumstance. Where this was not possible, the goal was to render them to all intents and purposes dysfunctional, i.e., psychologically/intellectually incapable of coherent resistance. Failing that, the literal rather than figurative deaths of genuine recalcitrants, all too frequently inflicted by their own hands, was 17 still considered an acceptable cost attending fulfillment of settler policy objectives 11 at all three levels. What Churchill calls the residential mode of schooling was found to be an ideal mechanism with which to wreak the desired havoc. Hence, the long-term emphasis placed by assimilationists upon the education of American Indian children. Taken, often by force, from their homes at ages as young as 4, transported to facilities remote from their families and communities, 32 confined there for a decade or more, relentlessly stripped of their cultural identities while being just as methodically indoctrinated to see their traditions and thus themselves through the eyes of their colonizers, chronically malnourished and overworked, drilled to regimental order and subjected to the harshest forms of corporal punishment. This was the lot of 1 in every 2 native youngsters in North America for 5 successive generations. Of those ushered into the steadily expanding system of residential schools during its first 40 years or more, about half did not survive the experience. In other words, roughly 1/4 of the American Indian population during the early 20th century was physically destroyed by the process of schooling. It is well to reiterate that this protracted horror was for the most part perpetrated by self-styled progressive politicians and liberal churchmen, not the ostensibly less sensitive conservatives among their peers. Worth noting, too, is the fact that, for all their humanitarian veneer, the enlightened settler elite which advocated, implemented, and maintained the system suffered no discernible qualms in hiring the very dregs of their society sadists, pedophiles and the like to preside over the indigenous youngsters consigned to residential institutions. Thus, as Churchill recounts in brief but agonizing detail, the discipline visited upon native children often assumed the form of outright torture. J4 as well, sexual predation was common in most, if not all the schools. At some, it appears that every student, without exception, was raped, many of them regularly, over periods of years. 33. Such things did not happen to all children who passed through the system, of course. Equally true, however, is the fact that virtually every child knew another or several to whom it did happen, or was happening. Thus were they forced to face on a daily basis the nature of their own/their parents/their people's powerlessness to prevent it, and thereby to confront continuously the grim truth of their own vulnerability. The knowledge that the same thing, could happen to any or each of them, at any moment, and that the choice of whether or not it happened was entirely in the hands of the predators who served as their overseers, was unavoidable. This awful reality, taken in combination with the normal techniques employed by school authorities to achieve the desired deculturation/reculturation of their charges, all but guaranteed that every student would suffer the effects of severe emotional trauma. 36. Hence, the ubiquitous residential school syndrome, a complex and intractable blend of devastated self-concept and self-esteem, psychic numbing, chronic anxiety, insecurity and depression, to which Churchill devotes an entire section of his essay. It must be understood, moreover, that such results embody the best-case scenario. For those who were directly assailed with serious physical violence, sexual abuse, or both, and they were/are legion, the psycho-emotional desolation was or remains worse still. Usually. 37. And this goes far towards accounting for the endemic alcoholism, catastrophic suicide rates, pervasive domestic violence and a host of related maladies with which native North America has been afflicted, in some ways increasingly so, for the past century or more. 38. I must say at this point that the issues raised here are for me, as they are for all native people, exceedingly personal. This is so in a way that both underpins and transcends the intellectual understandings embodied in our common experience of and resistance to racial/colonial oppression. Every American Indian knows and will always know in the depths of his or her gut the pain within of which Churchill writes. We know it, moreover, irrespective of whether we ourselves, personally, ever spent so much as an instant in a residential school, or a prison, a concentration camp, a psychiatric ward, or some comparable facility. The truth of this is bound up in the fact that each of us has felt the disemboweling anguish attending emotional intimacy with one or more of those who did suffer the schools and/or was raised by someone ravaged by them. 3. Thus, through those we love most deeply do we incur knowledge first-hand of the ongoing carnage wrought therein. For me, attainment of this excruciating insight devolved upon the nature of the life and death of my close friend and adopted brother, Donnie. Endowed with undeniable intellectual gifts, he was never able to bring his natural brilliance to bear in any sustained way. Instead, by the time of his suicide at the age of 52, he had been living out an only slightly more figurative form of self-nullification for decades. Indeed, the whole of his adulthood had been consumed by an unending stream of nightmares and resulting periods of insomnia, the relentlessness of the depression which 19 engulfed him punctuated mainly, if sporadically, by moments of screaming rage. At times, he was reduced to helpless tears. At others, we'd lose him for months on end to the oblivion of drunken despair. 40 In the end, a combination of alcohol and antidepressant medication became the instrument through which he obtained a final release from the misery which was perhaps the most constant theme of his existence. 41 While the stories Donnie sometimes confided to those of us closest to him were seldom offered in chronological order, the sequence can be reconstructed. Among his earliest and most searing memories was when, as a small child, he was 5 at the time, he'd been taken off to boarding school. As he recalled, always with the sort of vividness that only serious trauma can induce, a Bureau of Indian Affairs police officer Donnie usually described him as a huge white man had forcibly removed him from his home in Kyle, on the Pine Ridge Reservation, quite literally stripping him from the arms of his weeping mother. He was then handcuffed to the dashboard of a patrol car while other children were collected. One by one, the youngsters were handcuffed together in a daisy chain, until finally, his day's mission complete, the cop drove them to the town of St. Francis, South Dakota, about 100 miles away. There, he delivered his carload of terrified captives to a Jesuit-run mission school. 42. From that point on, things took a turn for the worse. Much worse. By the time he was 6, the little boy was suffering sexual abuse at the hands of another huge white man at the school, an authority figure, a priest, who would steal into his room in the dead of night, force his submission to the act of sodomy, then threaten him with eternal damnation should he dare ever to speak of what had been done. This horror was repeated again and again, exactly how often is anybody's guess, and not just to Donnie. His roommate, Conrad, a child of the same age, was also and regularly raped by the same predator, who sometimes defiled both youngsters during a single evening. 43. In the mornings after, they'd often share their shame and humiliation, unspeakable as such things were to anyone but themselves, each whispering to the other of their hurt. In effect, they'd been fused by the mutuality of their helpless degradation in ways and to an extent unknowable to all who have not themselves experienced some comparable rape of the soul. 44. With Conrad, the end came early. He committed suicide during his mid-teens. 45. For his part, Donnie seems as a consequence to have acquired an additional and incalculable burden, an enduring and intractable sense of guilt arising from the fact that he'd been unable somehow to protect his friend from the pattern of molestation that precipitated the hideously premature termination of his life. 46. There is much more that might be said with respect to Donnie's formative experiences in the school, and much of it he eventually did say to those of us near enough to hear, but what has been mentioned herein should be sufficient, indeed, more than sufficient, to explain the overpowering feelings of inadequacy against which he would have always, as best he could, to struggle. Given the malignancy of the self-concept with which he was saddled from the outset, and the near absolute void of self-esteem this inevitably engendered, there can be little mystery in why Donnie was ultimately unsuccessful in reclaiming the man he might have been. 47. The real wonder is that he fought so long and hard to do so. His ability to sustain himself at all can only have derived from an innate strength of character that is and was always staggering in its dimensions. Thus can we begin to assess the magnitude of what was taken by / lost to the residential schools. For, although I am compelled to write of Donnie in particular because of who he was and will always be to me, quite personally and uniquely, the truth of his life must be measured by standards other than my own heartfelt embrace of its particularity and uniqueness. His story is, after all, Conrad's as well. No less, is it that of all the other Conrads, in their hundreds, their thousands, each of them particular, each of them unique, each of them, like Donnie himself, endowed with talents thwarted long before they might have ripened or been constructively engaged. What was lost in Donnie was lost not to him alone, or to those of us who loved him. It was lost to and by us all. And, as it was with him, so it was with all the others claimed by the schools, each of them, child by child, generation after generation, for an entire century. They were our future, the future of native North America. As their prospects for living their lives as functional human beings were systematically demolished, so too were the prospects open to Native America as a whole by design foreclosed. Understanding the situation of this continent's native people for what it is thus requires that the acuity with which each individual lost was / is experienced by those closest to him or her be extrapolated in such a way as to calibrate the impact of losing all such individuals, collectively, upon our communities, our societies, our cultures, and thus the possibilities inherent to our future. For, I put another way, there is a symmetry involved. As I was / am traumatized by the permanently traumatic effects of the residential school experience upon Donnie, so too is every American Indian who loves someone who suffered that experience. At this point in our history, that is, as I noted earlier, all of us. Every native person in North America is, figuratively speaking, either a Donnie, or one who mourns him. The sorrow with which I write is thus a sorrow shared in common, lodged so deeply within the marrow of our lives that it has become definitive of our very identity as native people. In the collectivity of our grief, we are left with a yearning so powerful that it defies even the best effort at description. One either knows the feeling or one does not. Suffice it here to observe that what we crave is to recapture not only that which was but, more importantly, that which should have been. 50 Without denying that there may well be an element of wistfulness at issue here, such would be an entirely natural reaction. Given our circumstances, the matter nowhere reduces to mere self-indulgence or abstraction. The basis of our longing displays itself quite readily in terms of the most concrete possible need. This devolves upon the fact that native people are now living the future imposed upon us in the residential schools a generation and more ago. The reality we've thereby inherited is as it was meant to be by those who imposed it, one of catastrophic dysfunction. Indian country is today a genuinely Fanonesque panorama marked not only by such earlier mentioned factors as endemic alcoholism and suicide, but by the most grinding sort of destitution and ubiquitous forms of social violence, which were by all credible accounts completely absent from our own traditions. 51 The punchline, if one is needed, is the fact that the average life expectancy for an American Indian in either the US or Canada is presently about 50 years, or 1/3 less than that evidenced by the settler population. 32 Such is the legacy of the schools. At its best, the collective yearning of native people translates into an active effort at reclamation. It takes the form of an insistence, indeed, an assertion that that which was will not be forever lost. It follows that, despite all that has happened, that which might / should have been can still and therefore will be. Much more than what is customarily referred to as a culture of resistance is involved. Although acts and postures of resistance are certainly integral to it, the process in which we are of both right and necessity engaged might more aptly be described as that of cultural revitalization and resurgence. 53. The evidence will be found on numerous fronts, XXII from the ever-growing number of our young people choosing once again to speak their own languages to the re-emergence and proliferation of such cardinal ceremonies as sun dances and potlatches in areas/among peoples where such practices and the beliefs/values attending them were supposedly eradicated a century or more ago. 54. Likewise, considerable evidence of revitalization will be found in an increasing willingness on the part of younger American Indians to directly confront those who would presume to continue the usurpation of our rights, politically, materially, or otherwise. Here again, examples abound, among the best known being the armed clashes between U.S. authorities and the American Indian movement at Wounded Knee in 1973, and between Canadian forces and the Mohawk Warrior Society at the town of Oka, outside Montreal, in 1990. 36. Augmenting such in-your-face tactics has been a sustained initiative at the United Nations pursued over the past quarter century by a range of native organizations, much of it geared to ensuring promulgation of a universal declaration of the rights of indigenous peoples in international law. 57. Meanwhile, efforts to explicitly link the political and spiritual spheres of activity, that is, to reaffirm the traditional unity of the two, have been undertaken through forums such as the Indian Ecumenical Conferences organized by the late Robert K. Thomas. 38. There is to be sure an intellectual component guiding the resurgence for which we yearn. It may in fact be likened both to the glue with which each of the dynamics just mentioned is bound to the others and the fuel by which they are each and equally propelled. While there are many facets to this indigenous intellectuality, some of them explored quite ably in books like Linda Tuhiwai Smith's Decolonizing Methodologies and Ngugi wa Thiong Os Decolonizing the Mind. 59. All of them hinge upon the procedure, fundamental to all native traditions with which I am in the least aware, of apprehending one's location in the present through the most rigorous scrutiny of the past which has led up to it. Such firmness of analytical grounding in turn allows for precision in determining what it is that must be done in the present if desired outcomes are to be attained in the years ahead. As Lakota elder Noble Red Man, Matthew King, used to put it, you can't know how to get to where you want to go unless you know where you are now, and you can't know where you are now unless you can see clearly where it is that you've been. One few scholars have excelled Ward Churchill in applying Matthew's pre-XXII scription for seeing things clearly, or of helping sometimes forcing others do so. The key to his approach in this regard, as he himself has elsewhere remarked, has always been his insistence upon calling things by their right names. 61. By this, far more is meant than a simple rejection of euphemism. On the contrary, the scope of demystification Churchill has pursued over the past 20 years or more has evolved to include nearly the full inventory of interpretive techniques from cinema to literature to historiography to political and legal theory with which North America's settler intelligentsia has sought to expunge from the accuracy of memory certain actualities attending its forebears' initial encounters and subsequent interactions with the continent's indigenous peoples. 62. His overall project has thus been counter-hegemonic in the truest sense. It follows that in Kill the Indian, Save the Man, as in others of his books, Churchill takes as his first task a seizure of the vocabulary necessary to impart clarity of context and consequent implication. In this essay, as in others, the pivotal word is genocide. 63. Restoring to the term the dignity of its proper meaning, i.e., its explanatory power, and in the process dispensing with the pretensions of those who have sought to constrain or dilute it as a means of fostering the comfortable illusion that it never really happened here, he positions himself and readers as well to explore with exactitude the topic upon which he has elected to focus. 64. As a result, like no other analyst to date, he has been able to segregate shadow from substance with regard to the form, function, and impacts of the systems of residential schooling imposed upon American Indians by both the U.S. and Canada. 65. So too, are the intentions of those who created and maintain those systems revealed for what they were. Viewing the schools through the lens provided herein eliminates any possibility of ambiguity in assignment of their meaning. The death rates among children confined in such facilities was, after all, as high or higher than that prevailing in some of the Nazis' more notorious concentration camps. 66. This was so not for a single decade, as in the camps like Dachau and Buchenwald, but for 4 decades, or 5. Those in charge, both north of the border and south, determined not only such a toll to be acceptable but steadily increased the rate at which native youngsters were fed into the death mills. Nor can any significant proportion of these deaths be legitimately dismissed as accidental. They for the most part resulted from a combination of malnutrition, overcrowding, forced labor and deficient medical care, the lethal XXIV effects of which were, as Churchill conclusively demonstrates, were well known to the bureaucrats who continued to pack the schools with victims. Needless to say, the abuses suffered by those like Donny who survived, at least in an immediate sense, were entirely in keeping with this broader setting. 6. Faced with this data, no honest observer can do other than conclude that the residential schools were mechanisms of genocide, purely, simply, and by any other name. From there, the dominoes begin to fall rather naturally, precipitating an unambiguously radical reappraisal of the social matrix from which the genocide emerged. The Lake Mohonk Conference, for example, loses the benign complexion bestowed upon it through conventional settler scholarship. Far from being a well-intentioned assembly motivated, however arrogantly or erroneously, by a desire to do good for American Indians, it finds a more appropriate parallel in the infamous Wannsee Conference during which the Nazis crafted their final solution. 68. The liberal claim that they posed an enlightened and humanitarian alternative to the openly exterminationist policies embraced by their more conservative counterparts finds its echo in the instruction of Heinrich Himmler that European Jewry be eradicated in the most humane manner possible. Those, like Richard Henry Pratt in the US and Duncan Campbell Scott in Canada, who implemented the scheme devised at Lake Mohonk find their peers, not among the Paulo Freiers of this world but among the Adolf Eichmanns. 6. Tracing this line of reasoning to its logical conclusion, we find the supposed virtues of the Enlightenment tradition itself drawn squarely into question, its oft-asserted superiority to all other traditions swept away by the utter depravity of its practice, if not the values lodged at its core. So much for the incessantly extolled tenets of Eurosupremacism and the purported legitimacy of its adherents' civilizing mission vis-a-vis American Indians, or any other peoples, for that matter. 70. South much as well for the overweening sense of entitlement manifested by Eurosupremacists of every stripe, liberal and conservative, Marxist and Nazi alike, to possess or benefit from that which rightly belongs to others, or the proposition that there might be anything at all benevolent about their recently professed inclination to compensate their victims, that is, to share some tidbit or another of what they've stolen with those from whom they've stolen it. As Russell Means has put it, American Indians neither need nor want charity. Instead, we demand justice, and justice itself demands that we receive it. 1. For the members of any victim group, perhaps especially the members XXV of a group which has been or is on the receiving end of genocide, hearing or reading such things said or written is of immense and undeniably therapeutic value. 7. Simply to hear the nature of one's victimization called by its right name affords immeasurable psychic relief. The more so when the correct name is put to one's perpetrators in such a way as to make it difficult or impossible for them to wriggle off the hook of their deeds. 73. Still more so when those who have benefited from or been otherwise complicit in the perpetration are called at least figuratively to account for what they've done/are doing. 74. Hearing it said, forcefully, coherently, as a matter of fact rather than opinion, is often an empowering experience, enabling victims to internalize what has been said, or read, and say it themselves. As is all but axiomatic in the literature, such recovery of voice is a sure indicator that a process of repairing the effects of severe trauma has begun. 75. This brings up the issue of whether truth commissions of the sort established in South Africa and several other third world countries might, in connection with the residential schools, be appropriate to the U.S./Canadian context. 76. More pointedly, it raises questions with regard to how healing and reconciliation in Canada, this three-word phrase has come to be used as if it formed a single word, and the same tendency is presently gaining momentum in the US. 77. Might fit into such a procedure. The answers can be advanced without hesitation. In South Africa and the other countries in which truth commissions have been established, Chile, for example, the regimes whose crimes are documented thereby had been removed as a prerequisite. 78. For an offending government to sponsor, which is to say control the very entity charged with investigating/chronicling/assessing the nature and extent of its misconduct, constitutes so transparent a subterfuge as to be unworthy of further comment. How the matter of healing must be understood relates quite directly to this conclusion. Here, it is important to state the obvious. What American Indians are in need of healing from is the range of extraordinarily vicious wounds inflicted upon us in the residential schools. These institutions were not imposed gratuitously. They were purposefully designed to serve as an essential ingredient in a process through which the disempowerment and dispossession of Native people was systematized, thereby facilitating consolidation of the U.S. and Canadian settler states. Those states continue to exist by virtue of the ongoing disempowerment, dispossession, and generalized dysfunction inculcated among Native people in the schools. Our wounding XXVI therefore remains as constant as ever, and it is patently absurd to suggest that American Indians might be capable of healing from wounds that remain in the process of infliction. 79. Our wounds, like anyone else's, will commence the healing process once the wounding stops, not before. While the notion that Native people can somehow heal wounds opened up by knives that continue to be twisted in our bowels may be self-evidently grotesque, it is no more so than the premise that our healing might in any sense be contingent upon, much less synonymous with, our reconciling with the knife wielders. The proposition is as disgusting as it is blatantly false. It might be contended with equal merit that the best thing for a rape victim, psychologically speaking, would be to reconcile with her rapist while she is being raped. 80. Apart from the moral repugnance of the idea, more practical objections arise. Any such reconciliation could, for example, be construed as a form of consent to the rape itself. This introduces an element of ambiguity which makes it arguable that the whole thing was actually a matter of consensual sex, or at least that the rapist had reason to believe it was. Thus, the rapist's violation of his victim is recast as an act undertaken, however erroneously, with the best of intentions, perhaps even in the sincere belief that it was for the victim's own good. 81. Absolved by appearances of genuine culpability, the perpetrator often displays the magnanimity of extending an apology, professing that, in retrospect, he realizes he may have made a mistake. Ideal for the rapist, the scenario offers the victim nothing other than the possibility of adjusting or reconciling herself to her lot. 83. For the analogy to be complete, it would be necessary for the rapist to continue raping his victim on a routine basis, even as he mouthed the words of regret. 84. Only then would the rape victim find her/himself in the same position as American Indians today. And therein lies the enormity of the disingenuousness attending the Truth Commission/healing/reconciliation formula, which has lately become so fashionable among the more enlightened and progressive sectors of the North American settler population. As the preliminary forays undertaken in Canada readily demonstrate, such commissions, tightly controlled by the perpetrator governments themselves, will serve merely as the vehicles upon which the existing narrative of Indian/white relations can be revised in a manner acceptable to, that is, legitimating of the status quo. 83. The forum thus contrived provides a perfect medium within which settler participants can indulge themselves in the XXVII offering of true confessions, invariably with regard to what persons other than themselves have done in the past, never the present, and always with respect to the errors and excesses involved, never the underlying structures which lend the problems thereby revealed both unity and purpose. 86. From this standpoint, the ritual may be seen as little more than an exercise in rationalization and containment through which the dominant, i.e., settler colonial, society not only constrains the scope of what becomes known about its historical comportment but stations itself to prevent serious tarnish from accruing to its image via the expedient of explaining the implications of such information in terms satisfactory to itself. The self-serving nature of the procedure is further underscored by the fact that no consequences of any sort attach to the settler's admissions of guilt. 8. Not even the onus of public disgrace. Quite the opposite. The act of confessing is in and of itself touted as incontrovertible proof of each confessor's honesty, integrity, and otherwise honorable character. The arrangement, wherein one who confesses his/her guilt is presumed thereby to have been purged of it, is perhaps most familiar to Catholicism, although the secular practice of bestowing immunity from prosecution upon convenient perpetrator witnesses also comes to mind. 88. Were this all there was to it, the cloying scent of self-absolution would likely prove so overpowering as to seriously diminish the procedure's utility. It is therefore essential that indigenous people be drawn into the commission process, conned or co-opted into casting an appearance of validity upon the settler's agenda. The script calls for representative natives as a rule. Such persons are selected, or at least approved, by the sponsoring entity, i.e., the offending government, to testify to the personal pain and anguish they've suffered as a result of certain settler misdeeds. 89. Wrapping up the indigenous segment of the program, there are usually presentations summarizing the collective torment illustrated in the personal testimonies, but never in a manner emphasizing either the structural costs incurred by indigenous societies or the corresponding benefits to the settler state. It is customary that a sympathetic settler expert or a native analyst vetted by such experts be called upon to perform this function. 90. At this point, the settler confessors take the stage, each of them confirming, always with a proper display of remorse, the truth inherent to one or several points made by the native witnesses. Having thus been afforded an opportunity to get it off their chest in a public fashion, an often cathartic XXVIII and genuinely therapeutic experience, 91. And to have institutional representatives of their abusers not only verify the authenticity of their complaints but to exhibit an appropriate degree of contriteness while doing so, also therapeutic. 92. The quid pro quo for native participants is to convey their forgiveness of those who have confessed, that is, to symbolically absolve them of their sins both personally and institutionally. 9. This gesture of reconciliation, finalized by the issuance of a formal apology by the victimized, and usually the payment of token compensation to the victims, is presented as a concrete signification that the process of native healing from the trauma of colonization has begun. Worse, the gesture is often said to indicate that a process has commenced on both sides, as if the victimizing society no less than its victims had something to heal from. 94. The bottom line is that nothing of substance is changed. Politically and materially, native people remain as disempowered and dispossessed of their land and resources as ever. So, too, the settler colonizers control over these assets. The colonizers, moreover, have gained an explicit statement from the colonized forgiving the very fact of their colonization. Indeed, the colonized profess to have reconciled themselves to the arrangement. Having thus consented to the nature of their subjugation, they assume their rightful place within the system by which it is maintained, becoming effectively self-colonizing. 95. A more complete assimilation to the settler's internal colonial order is hard to imagine. And this, of course, is precisely the outcome the US/Canadian system of Indian residential schooling was designed and intended to obtain. Far from offering the least potential for actually repairing/redressing the ill effects imparted to native people through the schools, the Truth Commission/reconciliation/healing model serves and is meant to serve by those who advocate it as the instrument of their consummation. Which is worse, to deliberately inflict the most severe forms of psychological trauma upon entire generations of someone else's children as a means of accomplishing a desired result, or to consciously prey upon the ensuing desperation of the victims to heal from their wounds as a means of casting an appearance of legitimacy over that result and simultaneously maximizing its efficiency. The only reasonable answer is that neither is worse than the other because neither can be seen as better, that each is the extension of the other, and that evidence of what has been elsewhere and quite accurately described as the genocidal mentality infuses both alternatives in equal measure. 98. Plainly, if native North America is to survive as XXIX, anything other than a simulation in coming decades, much less revitalize itself, a way out of the accommodationist box of reconciliation must be found. 99. Here, Churchill is at his strongest. Without deigning to cast so much as a sideward glance upon any recipe for healing offered or approved by North America's settler colonizers, he cuts straight to the heart of the matter, unequivocally affirming Frantz Fanon's conclusion that only through destruction of the colonial order can the wounds inflicted by colonialism be healed. 100. Colonialism has disempowered us, stripping us of our dignity, both individually and collectively, thereby rendering us perpetually partial and incomplete. To be whole again, we must empower ourselves. To do so, we must fashion the means and methods by and with which to take back all that the colonizer has taken from us. 101. The colonizer can neither grant nor bestow such things, if for no other reason than because anything given must first and rightly have been the giver's to give. That which was taken from us was taken by force, and we must reclaim it accordingly, compelling its surrender by those who took it. This imperative is reflected in the spirit of the American Indian movement at Wounded Knee and the Mohawk warriors at Oka, not that of the more recent Truth Commission initiatives. 102. On this, there can be neither compromise nor confusion. To paraphrase Fanon, liberation is always, absolutely, and everywhere contingent upon the colonized finding within themselves the wherewithal to cut the throats of their colonizers. 103. The requirements of native healing are thus decidedly conciliatory, the colonizer's only role is to die. This may of course be understood in figurative as well as literal terms, and Churchill homes in on the former, without precluding the necessity of latter, holding out the prospect or hope that against the backdrop of analytical clarity he aspires to facilitate a growing number of settlers may opt to kill the colonizer in themselves by participating actively and with no strings attached in the struggle to abolish what colonialism has wrought in North America. 104. The choice of avoiding the more literal blade which is otherwise their due, and of redeeming their own humanity in the bargain, is therefore readily available for them to make. On this basis, and this basis alone, will they earn the forgiveness they, as colonizers, presently entitle themselves to claim by manipulation and fraud. 105. And from there? Perhaps the era of post-coloniality, so prematurely declared over the past generation, will at last be at hand. Perhaps, too, the XXX reconfiguration of relations between those formerly defined as oppressor and oppressed will finally usher into being some variation or many of what Che Guevara once, in a moment of extraordinary optimism, described as the new man. 106. We can hope, as Che did, and as Churchill does, that this is so. In any event, we are obliged, all of us, to try realize the potentials inherent to such worthy dreams. We owe it, as Churchill says, not only to ourselves, but to the ancestors who fought so hard to prevent that which has come to pass, to the Donnies who have borne by far the worst torment of its coming, and, most of all, to our future generations, those whose pain and degradation we can yet avert. To love, we must fight. 107. As Che put it, and Ward Churchill is to be thanked for having once again reminded us in the most forceful way of why this is so. George Tinker is an enrolled member of the Osage Nation and has been an activist in urban American Indian communities for many years. Tinker is the author of Missionary Conquest, The Gospel and Native American Cultural Genocide, among other works. XXXI. Introduction. That Little Matter of Genocide Revisited. Contours of a Hidden Holocaust in Native North America. Genocide is genocide, no matter what form it takes and no matter what you call it. Aharon H. Venn Residential School Survivor, June 2000. In 1997, I published A Little Matter of Genocide, Holocaust and Denial in the Americas, 1492 to the present, a rather hefty volume devoted to describing, comprehensively and in stark relief, the processes through which the peoples indigenous to the Western Hemisphere have been systematically subjugated, and in many instances eradicated altogether, over the past 5 centuries. 1. As a corollary, I sought to place the Holocaust of American Indians firmly within its proper analytical context, that of genocide scholarship, per se, while stripping bare the methods and motives uniting mainstream academic/political commentators in a common pretense that, however else it might be characterized, the unrelenting and ongoing liquidation of Native American societies cannot be properly depicted as embodying real genocide. Especially in the latter connection, my approach was and remains unabashedly confrontational, consisting as it does of an insistence upon calling the duplicities of orthodox interpretation and thus its proponents themselves by their right name, with the hope of debunking all they've said and stand for in the process. 2. For a book of its type, A Little Matter of Genocide has been remarkably successful. More striking still, given the harshness of the critique advanced in the book, it has been seriously and often quite favorably received by a broad range of prominent genocide researchers, most notably those situated within the non-exclusivist sectors of Jewish Holocaust scholarship. 3. Among the upshots of this response have been my own inclusion on the advisory board sliding of the Institute on Holocaust and Genocide in Jerusalem, repeated invitations for me to address major convocations of Holocaust/genocide scholars, 4. And the incorporation of several of the issues I'd raised into Israel Charney's massive double-volume Encyclopedia of Genocide, published in 1999. 5. Hence, to the extent that any single effort might be reasonably expected to accomplish the somewhat overly ambitious objectives I posed for it, A Little Matter of Genocide can be seen to have done so. That said, it must be acknowledged that for all the scope with which I sought to imbue it, A Little Matter of Genocide was an incomplete study, sometimes dramatically so. Indeed, in certain respects it replicates errors I critiqued in others, exhibiting too great a concentration upon the raw physicality of killing rather than the more insidious cultural dimensions of the genocide suffered by the peoples indigenous to this hemisphere. As well, I tended to historicize the genocide of Native Americans at the expense of analysis devoted to exploring the perpetuation/evolution of genocidal processes in contemporary settings. True, a substantial chapter was devoted to the impact of U.S. mining and milling of uranium, as well as nuclear weapons production and testing, upon the national sacrifice peoples of native North America during the second half of the 20th century. 6. Exactly one phrase in the entire 531-page book was devoted to the ongoing scourge of alcohol in American Indian communities, however. 7. Similar examples abound. A solitary sentence went to noting a federal program that resulted in the involuntary sterilization of about 40% of all Native women of childbearing age in the United States during the early 1970s. 8. Another sentence went to mentioning the termination initiatives of the 1950s and 60s, through which more than 100 targeted Native peoples were unilaterally dissolved and thereafter declared to be extinct by the U.S. government. 9. A single paragraph went to pointing out the official and rather flagrant use of Native children for purposes of medical experimentation in the U.S. 10. No notice at all was given the implications attending assertions of control by both the U.S. and the Canadian governments over Indian identity criteria, a situation positioning either or both to engage in manipulations precipitating the definitional extermination, either of selected indigenous target groups or, potentially, their respective native populations, and toto. 1. An itemization of matters given comparably short shrift could be extended to considerable length. The present volume is thus in a very real sense compensatory. Taking SLIV as its focus, the system of residential schooling imposed upon North America's indigenous peoples for more than a century, a topic in which just 3 sentences were invested in A Little Matter of Genocide. 12. It seeks to rectify what was perhaps the most serious of the numerous deficiencies encompassed within my earlier effort. I say this because, of all the malignant size embodied in 20th century U.S./Canadian Indian policy, the schools were arguably the worst. The profundity of their destructive effects upon Native people, both individually and collectively, not only in the immediacy of their operational existence but in the aftermath as well, was and remains by any reasonable estimation incalculable. Ultimately, neither the nature nor the magnitude of the genocide suffered by Native North Americans can be truly appreciated unless the impact of the residential schools is understood. The essay that follows thus constitutes a component absolutely essential to completion of the record I've set out to build. At one level, my intention has more than anything else been to reinforce, amplify, and extend the assault I commenced even before writing a little matter of genocide upon those who seek to mask genocidal realities, especially those, like the residential schools, not marked by direct killing on a mass scale behind the sophistries of definitional distortion and the semantic veil attending the use of terms like ethnocide. 13. In pursuit of this objective, I have by design engaged in no new research while assembling my essay. Instead, to underscore the obviousness of what is being obfuscated and denied by responsible scholars, I've chosen to rely exclusively on previously published data, most of it long and readily accessible to anyone willing to consider its implications. My main contribution to the literature, I think, aside from offering the first comparative assessment of residential school operations and impacts covering both the US and Canada. 14. Is thus to have effected a synthesis of the relevant information, configuring it in a manner facilitating its being scrutinized through the lens of legality. My approach in this regard is quite straightforward. Beginning with the original explication of its meaning offered by Raphael Lemkin, the jurist who coined it in 1944-15, and a quick tracing of its codification in black-letter international law, i.e., the second article of the 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. 16. I establish the actual definition of the word genocide. Since this definition comes equipped with an array of rather specific criteria, it becomes a relatively simple matter to match them up, point by point, to conditions well documented XLV as having prevailed in the schools. Both the conclusions drawn at the end of the essay and its title, Genocide by Any Other Name, follow, directly and unavoidably, from the results of the procedure employed. The truth of Sharon Van S' observation, quoted above as an epigram, is thereby both illuminated and validated in the clearest possible terms. This, it seems to me, represents a proper antidote to the performance of the all too many analysts who have treated the same phenomena discussed herein, often far more exhaustively than I, while remaining unable to bring themselves 17 in some cases openly refusing. 18. To employ the G word in characterizing what they'd so thoroughly described. 19. Since, as Venn observes, genocide remains genocide, no matter what you call it, then, by the same token, those who call it by some other name, or who decline to name it at all, must take their place within the sordid ranks of Holocaust deniers. No less than when neo-Nazi trash like Arthur Butz or Ernst Zehndl claim that the Judeocide perpetrated by Hitler's Reich never happened. 20. This is so, when the offender is a respected member of the mainstream North American academic establishment who pretends seeking all the while to reassure or convince others that the form and function of the genocide wrought against American Indians was, is, or might have been anything other than it was and is. 1. Just as those whose trade is the deliberate denial of truth must be revealed as the liars they are, so, 2, must the interpretations of history and the nature of the social order it has produced be rejected on the basis of their sheer and inherent falsity. In effect, North America's settler society must be forced to confront full-face the actualities attending its creation and maintenance, stripped of the triumphal and altogether loathsome smugness with which the pathology of denial has imbued it. It must, in other words, be compelled to see and recast itself in terms diametrically opposed to those which have heretofore comprised the hideous lethality of its essence. I say this, not out of vindictiveness, nor of a narrow sense of propriety demanding adherence to baseline standards of honesty and accuracy, nor even of the admitted fervency of my desire to see the dignity of truth at last bestowed upon the victims of what my friend David Stannard refers to as the American Holocaust, too, but because, as Leo Cooper, Israel Charney, and others have long and rightly insisted, and as one myself emphasized in A Little Matter of Genocide, such horrors must be understood in all their many facets if ever their repetition is to be prevented. 23. It is in this spirit, and to this end, that Kill the Indian, Save the Man has been written. Ward Churchill, Boulder, Colorado, February 2004. I can understand now why there appears to be such a widespread prejudice on the part of the Indians against residential schools. Such memories do not fade out of the human consciousness very rapidly. R.A. Hoy, Canadian Indian Department official, June 1942. Genocide by any other name. American Indian residential schools. In context, we must begin with the misrepresentation and transform it into what is true. That is, we must uncover the source of the misrepresentation, otherwise, hearing what is true won't help us. The truth cannot penetrate when something is taking its place. I. Ludwig Wittgenstein. The word genocide is among the more profoundly misunderstood in the English language. Most often, the term has been cast as no more than a synonym for mass murder, albeit mass murder of the most extreme sort, and considerable scholarly energy has been expended in debating the scale of killing or proportionality of its impact upon victim groups necessary for one or another slaughter to qualify as truly genocidal, rather than simply blending into the vast panorama of butchery with which history is replete. One more refined or tedious lines of analysis have devolved upon such questions as whether certain modes or methods of killing must be present if a given exterminatory phenomenon is to be considered genuinely genocidal. 2. Still others have delved into the function, served by mass murder in what are taken to be genocidal settings. 3. And, most ambiguously, the nature of the intentions which must guide perpetrator groups if their actions are to be construed as genocidal. 4. While it has been argued that such inquiries are undertaken for purposes of making our understanding of genocide more rigorous. 6. They have for the most part had a decisively exclusionary effect, establishing definitional/conceptual threshold criteria for what has been in this sense aptly described as the incomparable crime, so narrow that supposedly reputable researchers were asserting in all apparent seriousness by the mid-1990s that the Nazi-perpetrated genocide of World War II was phenomenologically unique. 6. In substance, and more clearly put, the conclusion embodied in such contentions is that real genocide has happened only once, to the Jews under Nazism. 7. Not even the fate of the Sinti and Romani, Gypsies, simultaneously exterminated by the Nazis in a proportion entirely comparable to that of the Jews and in the same camps, by the same methods and under the same official decrees, is accorded equal footing. 8. Similar absurdities abound. 9. The motives underlying imposition of such radical constraints upon the meaning of genocide have been anything but pure. On the one hand, as Edward Alexander has approvingly observed, their development has been a key element in a conscious strategy designed to invest the Jewish people with a monopoly on the sort of high-grade moral capital attending genocidal victimization, a matter translating into certain of the political advantages enjoyed by the State of Israel. 10. On the other hand, the result is plainly exculpatory, allowing virtually every perpetrator regime or society other than the Germans under Hitler to dodge not only the stigma of their history but other potential consequences of their crime. 11. Small wonder, given the utility inherent to a truncating and thus deforming the definition of genocide, that doing so has long since become a practice enthusiastically and all but universally embraced by the world's ruling elites and the responsible intellectual establishments they sponsor. 12. Indeed, in many quarters, it amounts to official policy. 13. That the policy at issue amounts to the routine denial of a plethora of genocides, not least in countries such as France and Canada, where comparable denials of the Nazi genocide constitute a statutory offense, should be self-evident. 14. The implications, as Roger Smith, Eric Marcuzan, and Robert J. Lifton have pointed out in connection with the much-denied 1915-18 Turkish genocide of Armenians, are exceedingly grim. 15. Where scholars and other ostensibly reliable commentators deny genocide, in the face of decisive evidence that it has occurred, they contribute to a false consciousness that can have the most dire reverberations. Their message is, genocide requires no confrontation, no reflection, but should be ignored, glossed over. In this way, scholars lend their considerable authority to the acceptance of this ultimate human crime. More than that, they encourage, indeed invite, a repetition of the crime from virtually any source in the immediate or distant future. By closing their minds to the truth, that is, scholars contribute to the deadly psycho-historical dynamic in which unopposed genocide begets new genocides. 16. Clearly, such denial is diametrically opposed to the openness described as essential by Leo Kuper, Israel Charny, and others who have devoted them 2. selves to the task of conceiving ways and means of preventing the recurrence of the human cancer. 1. 7. Because, as Irving Louis Horowitz has noted, genocide is always and everywhere an essentially political decision, and since, to quote Huey P. Newton, politics itself must be seen as an ability to define a phenomenon and cause it to act in a desired manner, the need to approach eradication of genocide from the vantage point of definitional viability, thence precision, is undeniably of cardinal importance. 18. Hence, we would do well to review the actual meaning of the term as it was set forth by Raphael Lemkin, the man who coined it in 1944. 19. From there, it will be possible to apply Lemkin's concept in analyzing a process falling well beyond the parameters of what has become the norm of genocide scholarship, thereby restoring to his formulation something of its original efficacy and promise. Form and scope of the crime. The first and most striking of aspect of Lemkin's explanation of the neologism he created by combining the ancient Greek word genos, race, tribe, and the Latin side, killing, was the care he took to distinguish it from being strictly associated with descriptors of literal murder, irrespective of the scale on which the murder was committed. 20. Rather, he was at pains to emphasize that he was addressing virtually any policy undertaken with the intention of bringing about the dissolution and ultimate disappearance of a targeted human group. As such, generally speaking, genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation, except when accomplished by mass killing. It is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of different actions aiming at the destruction of the essential foundations of the life of national groups, with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. The objectives of such a plan would be disintegration of the political and social institutions, of culture, language, national feelings, religion, and the economic existence of national groups, and the destruction of personal security, liberty, health, dignity, and even the lives of the individuals belonging to such groups. Genocide is directed against the national group as an entity, and the actions involved are directed against individuals, not in their individual capacity, but as members of the national group. Emphasis added. 21. Thus, while Lemkin acknowledged that outright physical extermination was one means by which genocide might be perpetrated, he was quite unequivocal in his insistence that it was not a necessary ingredient of the crime, far less that it was the essential feature. What was essential in Lemkin's conception was that extinguishing the existence of a target group be under 3. taken as a matter of policy. Insofar as any such policy was in evidence, it fell within the rubric of genocide, even though the individual members survived the process of group liquidation. 22. There is in fact every indication that Lemkin saw the physical survival of all or most members of groups subjected to genocide as being normative, their physical extermination exceptional. Consider what may be taken as the very core of his definition. Genocide has two phases: 1. Destruction of the national pattern of the oppressed group, the other, the imposition of the national pattern of the oppressor. This imposition, in turn, may be made on the oppressed population which is allowed to remain, or upon the territory alone, after the removal of the population and colonization of the area by the oppressor's own nationals. 23. Thus, as Zygmunt Bauman has noted, Lemkin was primarily concerned with depicting the essential ingredients of what might be termed ordinary genocide, a process which is rarely, if at all, aimed at the total annihilation of the group in physical terms. 24. The purpose of violence, if the violence is purposeful and planned, is to destroy the marked category, a nation, a tribe, a religious sect, as a viable community capable of self-perpetuation and defense of its own identity. If this is the case, the objective of the genocide is met once, 1. the volume of violence has been large enough to undermine the will and resilience of the sufferers, and to terrorize them into surrender to the superior power and into acceptance of the order it imposed, and, 2. The marked group has been deprived of the resources necessary for the continuation of the struggle. With these two conditions fulfilled, the victims are at the mercy of their tormentors. They may be forced into protracted slavery or offered a place in the new order on terms set by the victors, but which sequel is chosen depends solely on the conqueror's whim. Whichever option is selected, the perpetrators of genocide benefit. They extend and consolidate their power, and eradicate the roots of their opposition. 25 So decisive was the non-lethal dimension of ordinary genocide in Lemkin's estimation that he observed how the term denationalization might have sufficed to encompass what he meant were it not for the fact that in connoting the destruction of one national pattern, it does not connote the imposition of the national pattern of the oppressor. 26. Similarly, he observed that denationalization, sometimes taken to connote a mere deprivation of citizenship, failed to encompass the fact that genocide, in some instances at least, involved destruction of the biological structure of the target group. 27. It is important to note that much more than killing is at issue in this last connection. Involuntary sterilization and other measures designed to prevent births among the target group falls within the scope of biological. 4. Genocide. 28 Not all of these are even physical in any literal sense. Lemkin held the Nazi refusal to permit marriage between Poles to be genocidal, for example. 29. In the occupied countries of people of non-related blood, a policy of depopulation is pursued. Foremost among the methods employed for this purpose is the adoption of measures calculated to decrease the birth rate of the national groups of non-related blood, while steps are taken to encourage the birth rate of ethnic Germans living in these countries. Different methods are adopted to this end. Special subsidies are provided in Poland for German families having at least 3 minor children. Because the Dutch and Norwegians are considered to be of related blood, the bearing, by Dutch and Norwegian women, of illegitimate children begotten by German military men is encouraged by subsidy. The special care for legitimation of children in Luxembourg, as revealed in the Order Concerning Changes in Family Law of March 22, 1941, is dictated by the desire to encourage extramarital procreation with Germans. 30 Such understandings have from the outset informed the international legal discourse on genocide. In 1947, the Secretary-General of the newly formed United Nations, pursuant to Economic and Security Council, ECOSOC, Resolution 47-4, retained Lemkin to head up a committee of experts charged with drafting a law to define, prevent, and punish the crime of genocide. This was the so-called Secretariat's draft of the present Genocide Convention. 31 Here, Lemkin offered substantial clarification of what is entailed, elaborating the nature of the protected classes involved, which he'd earlier referred to simply as national or oppressed groups, by listing racial, national, linguistic, religious, and political groups as falling under the law's rubric. By implication, economic aggregates were included as well. Genocide itself is defined in a twofold way, encompassing all policies intended to precipitate 1. The destruction of such a group, and 2. Preventing its preservation and development. 3. The modes through which such policy objectives might be attained are then delineated in tripartite fashion and in considerable detail. 1. Physical genocide includes both direct/immediate extermination, a la Auschwitz and the Nazis' Einsatzgruppen operations in the USSR, and what are referred to as slow death measures, i.e., subjection to conditions of life which, owing to lack of proper housing, clothing, food, hygiene, and medical care or excessive work or physical exertion, are likely to result in the debilitation and death of indi. 5. Visuals, mutilations and biological experiments imposed for other than curative purposes, deprivation of the means of livelihood by confiscation, looting, curtailment of work, and the denial of housing and of supplies otherwise available to the other inhabitants of the territory concerned. 33. 2. Biological genocide includes involuntary sterilization, compulsory abortion, segregation of the sexes and obstacles to marriage, as well as any other policies intended to prevent births within a target group. 34. 3. Cultural genocide, which encompasses the schema of denationalization/imposition of alien national pattern Lemkin had described as being the central feature of the crime in 1944, includes all policies aimed at destroying the specific characteristics by which a target group is defined, or defines itself, thereby forcing them to become something else. Among the acts specified are the forced transfer of children, forced and systematic exile of individuals representing the culture of the group, prohibition of the use of the national language, systematic destruction of books printed in the national language, or religious works, or the prohibition of new publications, systematic destruction of national or religious monuments, or their diversion to alien uses, and destruction or dispersion of objects of historical, artistic, or religious value and of objects used in religious worship. 35. Significantly, no hierarchy is attached to these classifications. The perpetration of cultural genocide is presented as an offense every bit as serious and subject to exactly the same penalties as perpetration of physical or biological genocide. This was so in part because Lemkin was of the view that the crux of what others would later call the genocidal mentality resides squarely within the cultural domain. 36, and because he understood that there is ultimately no way of segregating the effects of cultural genocide from its physical and biological counterparts. A culture's destruction is not a trifling matter. A healthy culture is all-encompassing of human lives, even to the point of determining time and space orientation. If a people suddenly lose their prime symbol, the basis of culture, their lives lose meaning. They 6. Become disoriented, with no hope. As social disorganization often follows such loss, they are often unable to ensure their own survival. The loss and human suffering for those whose culture has been healthy and is suddenly attacked and disintegrated are incalculable. 37. In other words, the deliberate destruction of cultures kills individuals just as surely as do guns and poison gas, especially when combined with imposition of the sorts of slow death measures which all but invariably attend such undertakings. 38. There is thus no way in which cultural genocide may be reasonably set apart from physical and biological genocide as a lesser sort of crime. Nor is there a basis for the now fashionable practice of declaring it to be ethnocide, an as yet uncodified category of offense which is supposedly different from genocide, per se. 39. In this regard, it should be noted that Lemkin coined the term ethnocide on the very same page as that on which he offered up the word genocide itself, not to describe some other process, but as a synonym. 40. In view of the centrality of the cultural mode of genocide to Lemkin's conception of the crime as a whole, analysts such as Yehuda Bauer have also argued that certain approaches to physical genocide should be segregated from Lemkin's existing triad and bestowed with a separate and elevated classification called Holocaust. 41. In any event, Lemkin's draft was submitted to ECOSOC in November 1947, and, in turn, the Council subjected it to review by a 7-member ad hoc committee chaired by the U.S. representative. 42. During this process, the Soviet Union delegate managed to have political groups removed from the list of protected classes, while the delegate of the United States gutted the entire category concerning cultural genocide. 43. Lemkin had also included an article specifying that charges of genocide would be referred to an international tribunal maintained for this and related purposes, i.e., adjudicating cases involving crimes against humanity. 44. This idea was scuttled in favor of the courts of each signatory country, although provision was made for genocide to be considered an extraditable offense, and for appropriate intervention by competent organs of the United Nations, example the Security Council, in cases where compliance was refused. 4. The revised draft convention, which was unanimously adopted by the UN General Assembly on December 9, 1948, nonetheless retained just enough of Lemkin's thinking to be, barely, workable. Even in the dilute form in which it was adopted, the second article of the 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide defines the crime as 7. being any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, as such. 46. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. It is worth remarking the obvious at this juncture: killing is only one of 5 criteria, or 20% of the total. The other 80% of the entire definition of genocide posited in international law, although B and C overlap with Lemkin's slow death measures, consist of or devolve upon explicitly non-lethal lines of action. It is also worth noting that not only perpetration of any of these acts, but attempting to commit them, conspiring to do so, incitement of them. 47. Or any other sort of complicity in their commission are all advanced as criminal offences under the Convention's third article. Under Article 4, it is specified that persons committing genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall be punished, whether they are constitutionally responsible rulers, public officials, or private individuals. Genocide in North America. Both the United States and Canada have dodged implementation of the Genocide Convention from the outset, albeit in somewhat different ways. In Canada, the strategy was to foster an illusion of acceptance. Parliament voted to ratify the convention on May 21, 1952, while quietly redefining the crime in the country's domestic enforcement statute so as to omit any mention of policies and actions in which Canada was and is engaged. Thus, the Convention's prohibitions of policies causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of a target group and/or affecting the forcible transfer of their children were from the first moment expunged from Canada's legal understanding. 48. In 1985, the Canadian statute was further revised so as to delete measures intended to prevent births within a target group from the list of proscribed policies/activities. In its present form, Canadian law admits only items A and C among the criteria posited under the Convention's second article as being constitutive of the crime of genocide. 49. At least one Canadian court, moreover, has recently entered a decree making it a criminal offence for anyone to employ the term in any other way. 50. The sheer disingenuousness embedded in this definitional distortion is abundantly reflected in the parliamentary debates leading up to the 1952 ratification. Although the official position was that only those provisions of the Genocide Convention intended to cover certain historical incidents in Europe that have little essential relevance in Canada were being excised. 51. It was clearly noted that then current proposals to impose integrated education upon American Indian children, for example, might fall within the Convention's prohibition against forced transfer of children. 12. Since the government had in fact been doing far more than entertaining proposals in this regard for the better part of a century at that point and would continue to do so for another 30 years, its claim that mass transfers of children to another group are unknown, in Canada can only be seen as a bold-faced lie. 53. In effect, the Canadian statute was knowingly crafted not as an instrument of prevention or punishment, but rather as a mask for the fact that Canada was consciously committing genocide as the crime was enunciated in black-letter international law and had every intention of continuing to do so. As for the U.S., having led the way in watering down the convention during the UN revision process. 54. It refused even to pretend to accept the resulting instrument for 40 years. And, when the Senate did finally vote for ratification on February 19, 1986, the ratifying instrument was not deposited with the United Nations Secretariat until November 1988. It did so on the basis of an attached reservation, referred to as the Sovereignty Package, which purported to set the U.S. Constitution at a level above that of international law and to render the country self-exempting from compliance. 55. This stunning regurgitation of the Nazi theory of legality 10 prompted strenuous complaints by numerous prior signatories. As of December 1989, Denmark, Finland, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Sweden and the United Kingdom had all entered formal objections with the Secretariat challenging the validity of the U.S. ratification. 57. Several countries also noted that the Genocide Convention holds the force of customary law and is therefore binding upon the U.S., whether or not its government eventually proves willing to effect a valid ratification. The same rule pertains to Canada, the circumscribed definition contained in its domestic statute notwithstanding. 18. 9. The record of pre-ratification debates conducted by U.S. senators from 1950 onward is even more illuminating than is that of their counterparts in the Canadian Parliament. A major sticking point for two successive generations was whether the convention's stipulation that killing members of a target group solely on the basis of their group membership is a genocidal act irrespective of the numbers involved meant that the thousands of lynchings of African Americans carried out by the Ku Klux Klan added up to genocide and would thus require the U.S. to declare the Klan a criminal organization in the same sense the Nazi SS had been declared such at Nuremberg. 59. Another was whether, given the precedent set at Nuremberg in the Stryker case, the convention's prohibition on incitement of genocide would require the government to prosecute purveyors of white racist literature for crimes against humanity. 60. Still another, in view of the country's posture of Jim Crow segregation/discrimination, and the serious physical/psychological harm this was well documented as inflicting on racial minorities, was whether the entire corpus of U.S. race law and policy might not be construed as genocidal. 61. Less discussed, but as much or more to the point, was the relationship of the U.S. to American Indians. Here, the country was in violation of every one of the criteria posited in the Convention's second article. While direct killing of the sort evidenced in scalp bounties and military extermination campaigns had mostly ended by the early 20th century. 62. The U.S. imposition of slow death measures upon Native North Americans was quite clear-cut in 1950, and to a considerable extent remains so today. The policy basis for this situation rests in the unilateral extension of federal trust authority over what remained of Indians' lands and other assets pursuant to a Supreme Court opinion rendered in the 1903 Lone Wolf v. Hitchcock case. 63. A maneuver through which the government empowered itself to license the exploitation of indigenous resources by preferred corporations at a small fraction, usually no more than 10% of the royalty rates prevailing on the open market. 64. Even this pittance did not go to the Indians themselves, but was placed instead in trust accounts administered in behalf of their native owners by the U.S. Interior Department's Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA. From there, some 90% of it, nearly $140 billion, by current estimates has been lost, that is, expended for purposes other than the well-being of the Indians whose money it was/is. 65. The upshot of this has been that as the U.S. economy bloated itself on the wealth of native people, the people themselves have been driven into the 10. depths of a destitution resembling that prevailing in the Third World. 66. As but one example, it was recently estimated that nearly 90% of the dwellings on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, location of Shannon County, the poorest in the country for more than 50 years, were effectively uninhabitable. Basic sanitation and water purification facilities were all but non-existent, as was anything resembling adequate nutrition or medical care. 6. Such conditions are by no means atypical of reservation settings throughout the U.S., and the impacts upon the health and longevity of native people have been predictably severe. The Indian health level is the lowest and disease rates the highest of all major population groups in the United States. The incidence of tuberculosis is 400% higher than the national average. Similar statistics show that the incidence of strep infections is 1,000%, meningitis is 2,000% higher and dysentery is 10,000% higher. Death rates are shocking when Indian and non-Indian populations are compared. Influenza and pneumonia are 300% greater killers among Indians. Diseases such as hepatitis are in epidemic proportions, with an 800% higher chance of death. Diabetes is almost a plague. 68. Overall, According to official census data, reservation-based American Indians experience an average lifespan one-third shorter than the general U.S. population, with a marginally better ratio prevailing in Canada. One clearer examples of the deliberate infliction of conditions of life calculated to bring about a target group's partial physical destruction and the imposition of policies causing serious bodily and mental harm to the rest are difficult to imagine. Under such conditions, population outflow from the reservations or reserves, as they are called in Canada, has become increasingly pronounced over the past half-century, partly as the result of government relocation programs designed to accelerate the trend. The result has been that more than half of all the people indigenous to North America have by now been dispersed into the Indian ghettos found in cities across the country, most of them coerced into a permanent separation from their own communities and traditions, their children therefore raised with little or no direct experience of their cultures. 1. The rate of outmarriage has increased apace, with all the consequences this entails for a target group which has been formally defined in racial, i.e., biological terms by its oppressor. Meanwhile, it has been well documented that the U.S. conducted a program during the early to mid-1970s in which upwards of 40% of all Native women of child 11 bearing age were involuntarily and in many cases unwittingly sterilized. The emphasis seems to have been on those with a high quantum of native blood. The likelihood that Canada has resorted to the same practice is evident in its above-mentioned 1985 revision of its genocide statute. 7 feet 1 inch in sum. All the earmarks of what Lemkin described as a coordinated plan of different actions aimed at destroying the essential foundations of existence of national groups, with the aim of eliminating the groups themselves, remain ongoing realities in both the settler states asserting contemporary hegemony over the North American continent. 74. To kill the Indian. Since the end of the Indian Wars in 1890, by which point the indigenous population of North America had been reduced to 5% or less of its pre-invasion total. 70. The weight of policy in the US and Canada alike has been placed on assimilating, digesting might be a better word, the residue of survivors. 76. Described in 1910 by one of its chief practitioners, U.S. Indian Commissioner Francis Loop, as a mighty pulverizing engine for breaking up the last vestiges of the tribal mass. 77. The objective of assimilation policy was from the outset to eliminate all American Indians culturally recognizable as such by some point in the mid-20th century. 78. That its proponents failed to completely achieve this goal is due to a number of mediating factors, not least the depth and degree of resistance mounted by the victims themselves, but never for lack of a sustained and often concerted effort to accomplish it. Beginning with the unilateral extension of U.S. jurisdiction over Indian country in 1885-7, actually, the process commenced much earlier in Canada. Several components have featured prominently in giving assimilation policy its shape and substance. These include a comprehensive program to abolish the traditional indigenous practice of holding land in common, imposing in its stead an anglicized system of individual property titles which undermined the cohesiveness of native societies, laid the groundwork for expropriation of more than two-thirds of the territory remaining in Indian hands at the turn of the century, and spawned an intractable heirship problem precluding effective use by the nominal owners of what little remained. 81. Concomitantly, programs were adopted to supplant the traditional mode of defining group members by genealogy, kinship, with the above-mentioned blood quantum, racial, criteria. 82. To prohibit traditional 12. Spiritual practices and virtually compel the adoption of Christianity. 83. To reshape traditional modes of governance along the lines of corporate boards. 84. To disperse the native population as widely as possible. 85. And, mostly during the 1950s. To terminate the existence of more than 100 distinct bands and tribes, i.e., they were simply declared extinct. 86. All of this was undertaken on the basis of a self-ordained plenary, that is to say, unlimited and absolute power of federal authorities over American Indian lands and lives. 87. So, too, was the program that served as the linchpin of assimilationist aspirations. This was an initiative begun both north and south of the border during the 1870s, and lasting over a century, in which it was ideally intended that every single Aboriginal child would be removed from his/her home, family, community and culture at the earliest possible age and held for years in state-sponsored educational facilities, systematically deculturated, and simultaneously indoctrinated to see her/his own heritage and him/herself as well in terms deemed appropriate by a society that despised both to the point of seeking as a matter of policy their utter eradication. 88 That some native children escaped such processing had far less to do with the ambitions of those administering the system than with the fact that the US/Canadian settler states ultimately proved unwilling to allot sufficient resources to the task. 89. Still, at its peak, the complex of Indian residential schools, boarding schools, as they were called in the US, was large enough to accommodate about half of all native North American children at any given moment, and something on the order of 80% of several succeeding generations of native youngsters underwent some portion of their schooling therein. 90. The nature of the national crime bound up in this coldly calculated education for extinction was put quite bluntly by Captain Richard Henry Pratt, the Army officer selected by the U.S. to create and supervise its system in 1879. 91 The objective, Pratt publicly declaimed in 1895, architect of the U.S. system, Captain Richard Henry Pratt, once warden of the Fort Marion Military Prison, later appointed superintendent of the prototype Indian Industrial School at Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Cumberland County Historical Society. 13. Was to kill the Indian, save the man in every pupil. 92. Or, to rephrase, as U.S. Indian Commissioner William A. Jones did in 1903, the goal was to exterminate the Indian but develop a man. 93 The core thinking of those running the system could not have been framed more clearly. To be discernibly Indian was to be other than human. To be human, one could not be discernibly Indian. The formulation, and the mentality it reflects, is identical at base to that displayed in General Phil Sheridan's earlier and much celebrated observation that the only good Indian is a dead one. 94. An enunciation but a bare step removed in sensibility from Colonel John Chivington's infamous order, issued just prior to the Sand Creek Massacre of 1864, that his troops should slaughter Indian babies right along with their parents and other adults because, after all, nats make lice. 95. Pratt's selection as the founding head of the U.S. effort to educate native children is instructive in other ways as well, given that his major qualification for the job could only have been that he'd previously served as warden of the Army prison at Fort Marion, Florida, to which those viewed as the most recalcitrant figures among what was left of native North America's military resistance were often sent to be broken. 96. In this capacity, he demonstrated considerable success. Pioneering techniques for compelling ideological conversion or, in the alternative, reducing prisoners to a permanent state of psychological incompetence that are employed in certain of the harsher U.S. penal institutions to this day. 9. 7. Another still popular innovation of the Pratt regime at Fort Marion was establishment of prison industries in which the veritable slave labor of inmates was/is utilized both to offset the cost of running such facilities and in some cases turn them into profit-making ventures. 98 That this was the man federal authorities deemed most fit to oversee the handling of tykes as young as 5 years of age speaks volumes as to what was officially intended. While Commissioner Jones' Canadian counterpart, Duncan Campbell Scott, did not select a military man-cum-penal expert to implement his policies, Canada in most other respects modeled its system on that of the U.S. 99. Proceeding first under the mantle of the 1857 Act to encourage the gradual civilization of the Indian tribes in the province, 100 and then under the 1884 Indian Advancement Act, 101 the Indian Department took as its goal tribal dissolution, to be pursued mainly through the corridors of residential schools. 102. Pratt's notion of killing Indians to save men was frequently voiced within the circles of those charged with educating Indians. 103. while Scott himself announced that the goal was to be rid of the Indian question. That is the whole point. Our objective is to continue until there is not a single Indian in Canada that has not been absorbed into the body politic, and there is no Indian problem. Emphasis added. 104 such endeavors, he explained at another point, were quite consistent with the fact that progress, i.e., consolidation of the Canadian state, would be unnecessarily difficult so long as the Indians remain a distinct people and live as separate communities. 105. Given the overtly genocidal character of such pronouncements, and the absolute centrality of the residential school system to Indian policy implementation in both the US and Canada for a sustained period, it is important to delve more deeply into the details of the system's functioning in order to appreciate the extent to which rhetoric and reality coincided in the schools themselves. In this way, and only in this way, can their implications be properly understood. 106. And only in such understanding can there be hope that certain of the residential schools' lingering effects may be in some way redressed. 107. A consciousness inculcated within the public mind that may in the end afford a prophylactic of first resort against the in many ways still unthinkable horrors of genocidal continuation or recurrence. 108. Be that as it may, a straightforward exposition of the facts seems the most appropriate response to the ubiquitous posture of misrepresentation and denial which has for so long been adopted with regard to what was actually done in the schools. 109. Forcing the transfer of children. There can be no question whether the transfer of children upon which the residential school system depended was coercive, that it was resisted by Indigenous parents and other adults and often, to the extent they were able, by the youngsters themselves, or that physical force was used to overcome that resistance. Beginning in 1891, the U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs was authorized by Congress to make and enforce such rules and regulations as will ensure the attendance of Indian children of suitable age and health at schools established and maintained for their benefit. 110. Legislators followed up in 1893 by putting teeth into their earlier decree, authorizing the BIA to withhold rations, clothing, and other annuities from Indian parents or guardians who refuse or neglect to send and keep their 16 children of proper school age in school. 111. Canada followed suit with an amendment to its Indian Act in 1894 that authorized the Cabinet to make regulations, which shall have the force of law, for the commitment by justices or Indian agents of children of Indian blood under age of 16 years to an industrial school or boarding school, there to be kept, for a period not extending beyond the time at which such children shall reach the age of 18 years. 112. In some cases, the basic elements of coercion built into such legislation were sufficient to produce compliance. Where resistance was concerted or threatened to be, however, direct applications of force were not infrequent. One of the more flagrant examples is that of the Hopis, a group of whom spent years in the military prison on Alcatraz Island for the offense of refusing to surrender their children. 113. At the Fort Peck Reservation, the local Indian agent sent the police to round up the children, denied rations to the parents, and then, to drive the point home, locked several of the more intractable fathers in the agency guardhouse. 114. A typical scene was recorded by the agent of the Mescalero Apache Reservation in 1886. Everything in the way of persuasion and argument having failed, it became necessary to visit the Indians' camps with a detachment of police, and seize such children as were proper, and take them away to school, willing or unwilling. Some hurried their children off to the mountains or hid them away in camp, and the police had to chase and capture them like so many wild rabbits. This proceeding created quite an outcry. The men were sullen and muttering, the women loud in their lamentations, and the children almost out of their wits with fright. 110. At Fort Hall Reservation in 1892, Agent S.J. Fisher proudly reported that he'd taken quite a number of school children by force, even going so far as to choke a so-called chief into subjection before carrying away the man's youngsters. 116 such tactics was met with open rebellion by resident Shoshones and Bannocks and a refusal by most of the reservation's Indian police force to participate in further recruitment of students. Order was finally restored only in September 1897, when a troop of soldiers from the 4th Cavalry Regiment was dispatched to the reservation, promising publicly to kill and scalp anyone who dared oppose them. At that point, some 40 students were collected in a single day, a total of 207 within the next few weeks. 117. The situation at Fort Hall differed in degree, not in kind, from that prevailing on every reservation in the U.S. The official records are replete with illustrations drawn from all corners of the country, and virtually every 17. Memoir produced by a former boarding school student contains a section recounting the official use of force to compel enrollment. 118. Although the military was not used to impound native children in Canada, the history there is otherwise quite similar. In 1893, for example, the Cree leader Star Blanket was deposed from his position as chief of his band and informed by the Indian Department that he would be reinstated only if he helped secure students for the residential schools. 119 Officials routinely withheld food rations from parents who resisted the removal of their children, and there are numerous accounts of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, herding children onto trains like cattle in the process of transporting them to institutions that none of them wanted to go to, any more than they wanted to go to hell or a concentration camp. 120. Overall, compulsion has generally been the way that both government and churches have reacted to Indians' refusal to respond favorably to demands for their children. 121. So pervasive was the use of force and coercion that in 1908 the recruitment methods employed by the Red Deer Industrial School in Alberta, which consisted of coaxing and persuading instead of bribery and kidnapping, were officially highlighted as a marked exception to the rule. 122. Aside from the emotional trauma afflicting any family or community whose children are being stolen from their embrace, 123. The resistance mounted by Native North Americans to the removal of their children for education in residential facilities was usually based in a firm understanding that the process was consciously genocidal. Analyst John Milloy has observed that reaction to residential schooling from First Nations governments across the southern part of Canada was resolutely negative. They recognized immediately its implications for continued tribal existence. 124. As a now anonymous Native leader put it as early as 1858, the purpose of the whole procedure was self-evidently to break Indigenous societies to pieces. 125. David Wallace Adams has reached the same conclusion regarding the U.S. A major motivation for resistance was that a significant body of tribal opinion saw white education for what it was, an invitation to cultural suicide. 126. That the Native assessment was entirely accurate is borne out in the earlier quoted statements of purpose offered by officials like Richard Henry Pratt, William Jones, and Duncan Campbell Scott. Reinforcement and amplification of their views by lesser figures abounds, as when in 1945 a little-known Indian affairs specialist named Alan Harper, writing of Canada, 18. noted that the extinction of the Indians as Indians emphasis original remained the ultimate end, not only of residential schooling, but of the country's Indian policy as a whole. 127. The same, of course, applied in equal measure to the U.S. Further questions as to whether the forced transfer of children at issue should rightly be considered genocidal are addressed by both the long-term and daily operational realities of the schools themselves. Destroying the national pattern of the oppressed group in psychological terms, the regimen was deliberately and relentlessly brutal. From the moment the terrified and bewildered youngsters arrived at the schools, designed as they were to function as total institutions, 128. A comprehensive and carefully calibrated assault on their cultural identity would commence. For boys and girls alike, this began with a thorough scrubbing and disinfection. Alcohol and kerosene were among the astringents used for the latter purpose. 12J often accompanied by staff commentary about dirty Indians. 130. For boys, the next step was to undergo the humiliating experience of having their heads shorn, military style. 13. Although the shearing wax lash is usually passed off as more hygiene, it was not typically done to girls except as punishment. 132 and must therefore be considered to have served a different purpose. At the heart of the policy was the belief that the boys' long hair was symbolic of savagism, removing it was central to destroying their sense of themselves as Indians. 133. The same was true of their clothing and other personal items, all of which were taken from them. In exchange, they were issued uniforms expressly intended to separate them from the excessive individualism of their own traditions by reducing them to sameness, to regularity, to order. 134. Then came their names. Those with savage or unpronounceable identifiers like Chisejspiga or Sitapetal, which included the great majority of new arrivals, quickly found themselves saddled with anglicized replacements like Smith and Miller, renaming the children after U.S. presidents and literary or historical figures like Flannery Ward Beecher or Julius Caesar also seems to have been a source of amusement for many school staffers. 133. A consistent theme running through autobiographical material written by former students is how this procedure in particular engendered an abiding sense that they'd lost themselves and were thus strangers with no possibilities for the future. 136. 19. A young Cree named Thomas Moore, as he appeared upon his arrival in 1910 at the Regina Indian Industrial School, Saskatchewan, and 3 years later. Such before and after photo sequences, supposedly providing graphic evidence of the progress made by children committed to residential institutions, were produced in the hundreds by school administrators both north and south of the U.S./Canadian border. Provincial Archives of Alberta, Oblate's collection. 20. Such despair, in that it rendered the already malleable children still more so, was perfectly in keeping with the desires of those in charge. The schools operated under the mandate of effecting a complete change in their charges. 137. A matter described in Canada under the premise that true civilization must be based on moral law, which Christian religion alone can give. 138. As the building and developing character on the foundation of Christian morality, making Christian faith and love the wellspring and motive of conduct. 139. In the U.S., more secular objectives were additionally set forth. It is of prime importance that a fervent patriotism be awakened in the children's minds. They should be taught to look upon America as their home and the United States government as their friend and benefactor. They should be made familiar with the lives of great and good men and women in American history, and be taught to feel pride in all their great achievements. They should hear little or nothing of the wrongs done the Indians, and of the injustice of the white race. If their unhappy history is alluded to, it should be to contrast it with the better future that is within their grasp. 14. 1. All of this was calculated to take considerable time, even under optimal conditions. Hence, from the outset, it was standard practice that the students be kept in the schools year-round and for as long as a decade, without neither visits to their homes nor visits from their families, where possible even letters were sometimes withheld. 141. Because of the deleterious influences such interactions might exert. 142. As early as 1863, U.S. Indian Commissioner William P. Dole complained that any other course led to repeated infection of the youngsters with the filthy habits and loose morals of their parents. 143. By 1888, the message was being framed even more bluntly: children leaving even the best of training schools for their homes are like swine returning to their wallowing filth and barbarism. 144. The stated goal was to place the students under the entire control of their teachers, thereby preventing backsliding or retrogression at any point in the process of their being raised and educated to think like white children. 1. With the youngsters thus isolated, and otherwise stripped of the most immediate links to their cultural identity, a deeper and more comprehensive demolition was undertaken. This devolved upon absolute prohibitions on the speaking of indigenous languages and the knowledge/practice of native spirituality. Although instruction was already delivered exclusively in that language. 146. The BIA promulgated a regulation in 1890 requiring that pupils be compelled to converse with each other in English, and should be properly 21. Rebuked or punished for persistent violation of this rule. 147. Canada, which followed suit in 1896, was even more explicit, positing not only the inculcation of English and/or French but destruction of students' ability to speak their own languages as goals. 148. Almost universally, school staff in addition to their other responsibilities were assigned the duty of preventing pupils from using their own languages, even in private conversations, or prayer. 149. Doing so, of course, meant that the children had to be placed under virtually continuous surveillance. 150. While other measures were still more draconian. By far the most common experience was that boarding school students were sternly forbidden to speak their language. They were usually punished, sometimes severely, if they broke the rule. School records and student recollections agree that vigorous disciplinary action was taken to discourage the use of Aboriginal languages. It is also clear that the attack on native languages was part of a broader assault on Aboriginal identity and the individual native person's sense of worth as an Indian or Inuit. 151. The resulting stew of fear, loneliness, and obliterated self-esteem, sustained for most students over periods of years, was, as is evident in survivor testimonies collected by Canada's Assembly of First Nations, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples and other such entities over the past decade. 152. Quite literally devastating to all who underwent it. A man who had attended Choutla Carcross School in the Yukon recalled with a mixture of pain and bewilderment how the older students took the novices aside and explained to them that they could escape punishment by learning to speak English quickly. Still more unsettling were the recollections of a female Saulteau who attended the Oblate St. Philip's School, Ontario. This woman recalled that she'd been raised to respect her elders, her own people, and other people's ways of doing things. Her first experience at school was to have her braided hair cut short and coal oil poured over her head, and given a bath and provided new clothes. Another female student warned her, "You've got to try and learn how to talk English because you're going to be punished if you talk your own language." She didn't even know what yes and no meant. "I was so scared I wouldn't talk for a considerable period. When she forgot and was caught talking Saulteau, she would be punished. Strapped, or made to kneel in a corner for half an hour." 153. What was worst for this woman was that her family's entire way of life was denigrated. 154. At home she'd been taught to believe in a single creator, and enjoined to respect the white people's way of worshipping because it was merely another form of giving reverence to the same deity. But at school she was told that our language belonged to 22. The separation of children from their parents entailed for more than physical distance, a matter dramatically illustrated by this photo. OLA, man named Quich during a visit with his offspring at the Qu'Appelle Indian School in Saskatchewan, circa 1910. Saskatchewan Archives Board. 23. The devil, as did all the Saulteau religious observances. They told us that our parents, our grandparents, all our people, they were chanting to the devil. At school she was taught that all the things she'd learned at home were ugly and meant for the devil, with the result that she became ashamed of being Indian. 155. Long before she'd completed her schooling, she learned to hate, not simply the people who oppressed her, but herself, and her race as well. 156. Alienated in the extreme, overflowing with inchoate rage and self-loathing, she soon began a prolonged bout with alcoholism, experienced correspondingly severe problems in her personal/family life, and very nearly consummated her aimless drift towards a final self-nullification on several occasions. 1d7. Her story, irrespective of its unique twists and turns, is to all intents and purposes endlessly repeated in the narratives offered by other former residential school students. In that sense at least, it can be considered normative, meaning, among other things, that it is by no means the worst the record has to offer. Imposing the nation pattern of the oppressor. The resemblance of residential schools to military facilities extended far beyond haircuts and uniforms. Captain Pratt's prototypical Carlisle Indian Industrial School, which opened its doors in November 1879 and in many respects served as the template for what followed, was actually established in an unused army barracks in Pennsylvania. 158 so, too, were a number of others, such as those at Fort Shaw, Montana, and Fort Lewis, Colorado. Even those, like the Kilaco Indian Agricultural School, Newkirk, Oklahoma, and the Phoenix Indian Industrial School, Arizona, constructed specifically for the purpose to which they were put, were visibly patterned after military compounds. 159 Although less conspicuous there, the situation in Canada insofar as dormitories were typically built along the lines of barracks bays, if nothing else. 160 was similar. The layouts of most campuses, geometrically precise and incorporating such features as parade grounds, were thus unabashedly designed to convey a sense closer to regimentation than to mere orderliness. 161. More to the point, perhaps, was the fact that the children actually were regimented in military fashion. Almost without exception, photos of the youngsters attending Carlisle during Pratt's tenure show them assembled in ranks, awaiting inspection or instructions, or marching in lockstep from one point to the next. 162 Moreover, as every newcomer quickly discovered, nearly every aspect of his or her daily existence, eating, sleeping, work, 24. Learning, praying would be rigidly scheduled, the hours of the day intermittently punctuated by a seemingly endless number of bugles and bells demanding this or that response. 163. The children were awakened between 5 and 6 in the morning and went to bed between 8 and 9 at night. In between there was little time for recreation. The daily routine was very much like a military school. You are drilled to the dining room for breakfast. And then you are drilled to the schoolyard, a Santa Clara woman recalled of the Santa Fe Indian School. During the Sunday dress parade at the Albuquerque Indian School, each student carried a dummy rifle and was dressed up like a regular army. At Haskell Institute the military organization was even more rigorous. Every student at this school was in a regular army outfit, and in 1922 80 of the older students were in a special machine gun company, which had undergone 2 weeks training with the Kansas State Militia the previous summer. 164 It was a military school, wrote Helen Sikakwaptwa of the Phoenix Indian School, which she began to attend in 1915. We marched to the dining room 3 times a day to band music. We rose to a bell and had a given time for making our beds, cleaning our rooms, and being ready for breakfast. Everything was done on schedule, and there was no time for idleness. Boys and girls lined up in uniform each Sunday morning. The boys saluted and the girls held out their hands to be checked. The officers noted every flaw in appearance. Emphasis original. 165 We dressed, we ate, we drilled, we studied and recited our lessons with a precision that left not 1 minute without its duties, recounted another former student. 166. Pupils needed a pass to leave the campus, and were expected to salute teachers, officers, and fellow students with proper respect. 167 Others have written bitterly about the cold and bullying staff, more like army superiors than mentors. 6. Pratt and his superiors sought to justify their imposition of a Prussian regime with glowing descriptions of the health benefits, ability to concentrate, and self-confidence supposedly imparted thereby. 6. While more candid or honest observers extolled the virtues of patriotism and morning drill at the Sherman Institute, Riverside, California, circa 1910. Courtesy of Harvey Oster. 25. Captain Pratt's charges at drill. Youngsters at the Carlisle Indian School are put through their morning paces on a specially designated parade ground, backdropped by a 10 student-built fence. The main campus is in the far background. Cumberland County Historical Society, Pennsylvania, obedience being systematically hammered into previously wild youngsters. One as students at the Sherman Institute, Riverside, California, were informed in 1910. Obedience is the foundation of the great law of life. It is the common fundamental law of all organization, in nature, in military, naval, commercial, political, and domestic circles. Obedience is the great essential to securing the purpose of life. Disobedience means disaster. The first disastrous act of disobedience brought ruin upon humanity, and that is still going on. The first duty of a soldier is obedience is a truth forced upon all soldiers the moment they enter military fife. The same applies to school fife. The moment a student is instructed to do a certain thing, no matter how small or how great, immediate action on his part is a duty and should be a pleasure. What your teachers tell you to do you should do without question. Obedience means marching right on whether you feel like it or not. 1 echoes of Commissioner Thomas Morton's earlier demand that the residential schools take all possible steps to infuse native children with a fervent U.S. patriotism are unmistakable. As might be expected, these reverberations spilled over into day which in most schools the roughly 2 hours per a free hand drawing class, 1900. This was a typical classroom situation for male and female students, who were expected to acquire some of society's refinements as well as learn to read and write. U.S. National Archives. 26. Were devoted to academic instruction. Here, first emphasis was on the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic, with the goal of bringing all students up to the rudimentary levels of proficiency necessary to allow them to meet the needs of potential employers in the real world. 172. As the children progressed, increasing weight was placed on what were called the lessons of citizenship or civilization, using texts like Horace E. Scudder's A History of the United States of America for the purpose. 17. There, the youngsters learned that the country was peopled by men and women who crossed the seas in faith, and that its foundations were laid deep in a divine order. The nation has been entrusted with liberty, and that carries with it grave duties. The enlargement of liberty and justice is the victory of the people over the forces of evil. 174. What indigenous students were to make of the fact that their own people, and thus they themselves, had not crossed the sea to get to America. And whether it meant that they weren't really people, but rather formed the forces of evil that had to be overcome, were questions none too subtly answered by Scudder's depiction of the Indian race. While the tribes differed from one another, all the Indians were in some points alike. They were brave, but they were treacherous. They could bear hunger and torture in silence, but they were cruel in their treatment of captives. They were ignorant barbarians. Like wild animals who perpetrated gratuitous massacres, and so on. 173. Small wonder that the children came to identify far more with the mythic legions of noble white men populating their textbooks and classroom lectures than they did with the grotesquely distorted caricatures of their own ancestors and traditions presented therein. 176. The incantation of faith and divine order as cornerstones in the proper understanding of history and civics dovetailed perfectly with the lessons delivered during the second half of the typical instructional day, again, about 2 hours, which was explicitly devoted to the proselytize classroom scene at the Hay River Indian School, Northwest Territories, circa MG of Christianity. 17. This, in 1900. Anglican Church of Conedo, General Synod Archives. 27. Turn, conformed not only to the fact that implanting the true faith was integral to the overseer's mandate to impose the national pattern they represented. 178. But with the fact that the churches had established Indian residential schools as part of their missionary programs long before governments of either the US or Canada had set out to do so. 179. In both countries, partly to acquire the benefit of their experience, partly as a cost-constraining expedient, these pre-existing institutions and their staff/faculties were simply incorporated, usually on a contract basis, into the official system, with the result that the churches were in this sense made responsible for the fulfillment of official policy. 180. Conversely, Church representatives were positioned to exert decisive influence in the formation of educational policy as it pertained to Indians. 181. In Canada, the residential school system was a creature of the federal government, even though the children in the schools were, in most cases, in the care of the churches. 182. While, in the U.S., the reverse may ultimately have been the case. Even as the government edged the mission societies to the margin in the U.S., however, its teachers also sought to imbue pupils with some form of Christianity. For most secular as well as missionary educators, civilization was inconceivable unless grounded in Christian values. 183. Consequently, and regardless of whether church or state was ascendant in operating the schools at any given moment or location, the result was the same. Even as they underwent a harsh and thoroughgoing process of deculturation, or denationalization, the children were systematically reinculturated to function in psycho-intellectual terms as little white people. 184. Given the virulently racialist constructions of role and place by which the U.S. and Canadian settler societies were/are defined, of course, white was/is something an American Indian child could never become. 185. Thus, the youngsters, both individually and collectively, were forced into the prayers before bedtime at the Phoenix Indian School, Arizona, 1900. Roughly half of the academic instruction given students in residential institutions consisted of indoctrination in Christianity, always at the expense of their own spiritual traditions. U.S. National Archives, Bureau of Indian Affairs Collection. 28. Impossible position of fitting into neither their own society nor its ostensible replacement. 186. The slow death measure of starvation. In the boarding schools, hunger was a continual and symptomatic problem. 187. By this, it is not meant that the children were denied treats, snacks and such indulgences. A 1944 report submitted to Canada's Department of Indian Affairs by Dr. A.B. Symes, medical superintendent of the Qu'Appelle Indian Hospital, concluded that 28% of the girls and 69% of the boys were underweight in the nearby Elkhorn School, Manitoba. 188. The same or worse was true of virtually every Indian residential facility in the country, and the reason is not hard to find. Having forced thousands of native youngsters into the schools, the government was willing to spend almost nothing to feed them. The department's per capita allocation for Indian residential school support, all support, that is, not just food, at the time of Symes' report was 49 cents per day, and in many schools, only a fraction of that meager sum was actually being spent on students. 189. Things had never been better. Before 1910, per capita rates in Canada were assigned by the Indian Department in an ad hoc fashion, adding up to as little as $60 annually. 190. In 1911, a more uniform contract system was adopted, fixing Ontario rates at $80 to $100 per year, depending on school location, Western rates at $100 to $125, and Northern rates at $125, with the great majority receiving a flat $100 per student/year. 1L in 1917, an across-the-board increase of $10 was applied, and another in 1919. Others followed in 1921, 1924, 1926, and 1931, raising the annual tally per student to $172, and then $180 in 1938. This was the rate prevailing when Symes' report was submitted. 192. Inflation, of course, had the effect of holding the buying power of the monies allotted at a more or less constant level. It may in fact have declined somewhat. 193. It has since been argued that, given its overall economic situation during most of the period in question, this was the best Canada could do. At the time, however, even Indian Department officials acknowledged that the rates applied to supporting native residential students was exceptionally low. 195. The truth of this admission is revealed in a comparison of annual allocations made to sustain white children in residential facilities in 1938, the year the all-time high rate of $180 was applied to Indians, a per capita rate. 29. Of $550 was allotted to the Manitoba School for Boys, to name one exam PLE, while the Provincial School for the Deaf received a governmental subsidy of $642 per student, about 3.5 times the rate paid to support a native child. Church-sponsored facilities serving white children also did far better than those to which Indian youngsters were consigned. St. Norbert's Orphanage in Winnipeg received $294 per student, St. Joseph's, $320. 196. In the U.S., things were even worse. Although the Child Welfare League of America reported that the average expenditure per white child in a residential institution ranged from $313 to $541 annually. 197. The 1928 Merriam Report concluded that as little as 9 cents per day, $32.85 per year, was being expended on the feeding of a native child in a government boarding school. 198. Even assuming that triple this amount was involved by the time a child's clothing, medical care, and the like were added in a wildly optimistic expectation, under the circumstances the annual per capita expenditure on a native youngster was still less than $100, or about 1/4 the amount expended on the average white child in a residential facility. 199. In 1929, moreover, Representative Louis C. Crampton, chair of the House Subcommittee on Appropriations for the Department of Interior, argued vociferously and unopposed by Indian Commissioner Charles Burke that even this meager sum was extravagant. 20. Plainly, it is not without reason that the indigenous children herded into U.S. boarding schools have been referred to as Uncle Sam's stepchildren. 201. The results of such governmental frugality were as grim as they were predictable. As Dr. Symes discovered at the Elkhorn School, there was not enough milk, no potatoes or other vegetables on stock, and the children never received eggs. 202. If anything, Symes' findings understated the case. At the Regina Industrial School, Saskatchewan, a regulation school meal in 1904 consisted, according to the principal, a Reverend Mr. Sinclair, of bread and drippings or boiled beef and potatoes. 2-3. At the Round Lake School, Saskatchewan, breakfast consisted in 1929 of 3 tablespoons of porridge, bread, lard, and tea, nothing else. 204. At Christmas time, 1923, a little boy lodged in the Onion Lake Residential School, Saskatchewan, wrote a plaintive letter to his father. I am always hungry. We only get 2 slices of bread and 1 plate of porridge. 7 children run away because they're so hungry. We are treated like pigs. Some of the boys eat cats and raw wheat. Some of the boys cried because they are hungry. Once I cried too sick because I was very hungry. 205. 30. This letter, along with many others, ended up in the hands of Indian Affairs Director Duncan Campbell Scott. The director, although he certainly knew better, dismissed them as exaggerations, even libels, claiming in the face of all evidence that 99% of the Indian children at these schools are too fat. 206. Hence, no departmental action was taken. Year after year, school by school, the situation remained the same. This was only partly due to the fact that the reality of the economics of the schools did not change between 1915 and 1938. 207. The children were not receiving even such food as was allotted by Scott's bureaucrats in Ottawa. The 90 children lodged in the Regina School were allocated 21,580 pounds of beef in 1904, for example, but were served only 13,866. They were allotted 515 pounds of cheese, but were served 73, of 1,236 pounds of beans, they were served 700, of 1,236 pounds of rice, they were served 730. 208. The reason for this otherwise inexplicable situation is clear. The staff, already provisioned far more generously than the children. A staff member was allotted £540 of flour for the year, for instance, as compared to a teenage student's £360, were spending the monies budgeted to feed students on luxury items for themselves. The school's invoices for the year included substantial expenditures on marmalade, sardines, lemons, oranges, shelled walnuts, icing sugar, lunch tongue, canned salmon, toilet cream, bananas, fries, chocolate, olives, candies, tobacco, jelly powder, canned peas, oysters and grapes, syrup, strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, peaches, plums, red cherries, pears, pineapples, apricots, raisins, figs, tomatoes, corn, macaroni, kippered herrings, dates, honey, and toothpicks, none of which was shared with the youngsters subsisting on meals of bread and drippings. 21. Since the Indian department's accountants were undoubtedly aware of what was going on, it was legally required that detailed summaries of expenditures be submitted to Ottawa at the end of each fiscal year, and no corrective action was taken. It can only be concluded that such practices, if not actively encouraged by Scott and his underlings, were at least tacitly endorsed. 1. Variations on the theme are endless, not only in Canada but also in the U.S., where standard dinner fare was bread baked at the school and a stew or meat gravy, and although many board schools operated dairies, students often drank coffee rather than fresh milk. 11. A May 1925 survey revealed that of the 90 children enrolled in the Flandreau Indian School, South Dakota, for example, 80-odd, most of them from utterly destitute Lakota communities where malnutrition was notoriously endemic, ended up 31. Weighing less than when they entered in September 1924, emphasis added. 212. School officials, meanwhile, had ordered that its dairy products be converted into butter, consumed by staff and sold in a nearby town populated by whites, but unavailable to students. 213. Much the same conditions prevailed at Haskell and many other BIA-run schools. 214. At the United Church Brandon School, Manitoba, whole milk was fed to the school's cattle herd and the remainder separated, with the skim milk going to the children and the cream made into butter for the staff dinner table. Beef dripping is our substitute for butter for the pupils, noted the principal at Brandon. Lard was another common butter replacement on the children's tables at many of the schools. 213. Nor were such things relegated to the bad old days before World War II, as is representatively attested by the recollection of a woman who attended the Catholics' Shubenacadie School, Nova Scotia, during the early 1960s. Before breakfast, the girls assigned kitchen duty separated milk, nuns and priests got the cream. 216. In 1966, there were reports that 90% of the children at the Mohawk Academy, Brantford, Ontario, suffered dietary deficiency so severe that many of them had been reduced to eating from the swill barrel, picking out soggy bits of food that was sick intended for the J217 pigs. The quality of such food as the children received was also a serious issue. Accounts of bug-ridden and spoiled foodstuffs abound, as when most of the students at Shubenacadie became violently ill after being served liver so tainted that it had taken on a greenish cast. 218. At the Kamloops Industrial School, British Columbia, when a girl found a big worm, like a big grub in her yellow porridge one morning, she was instructed by the staff member on hand, a Sister Caroline, to eat it anyway and be thankful. Another student, professing hunger, did in fact eat the vermin. 219. Inability of the children to stomach such fare sometimes generated dire consequences. A young girl at Shubenacadie who, unable to swallow 32. Some soggy bread, vomited in her plate, found her face pushed into the mess by a nun supervising the dining room and was forced to eat what she'd regurgitated. 220. Nor was this the only report of such methods being used to prevent food wastage. A sister of charity at the Shubenacadie school ordered a boy who had accidentally spilled the salt from the shaker while seasoning his porridge to eat the ruined food. He declined. She struck him, and told him to eat it. When he downed a spoonful and then vomited into his bowl, the sister hit him in the head and said, "I told you to eat it." A second attempt produced the same result. On his third try, the student fainted. The sister then picked him up by the scruff of the neck and threw him out to the center aisle of the dining hall. 221. The number of American Indian children who actually died of starvation during their time in the residential schools is unknown. Probably, from that cause alone, not many. The link between poor diets and poor health was well known to officials in both the US and Canada from a point long before either had imposed its residential education system upon native children. However, 222. The implications tend to speak for themselves, not only in view of the staggering disease-driven mortality rates within the schools discussed in the next section, but also with respect to the sharply reduced life expectancy afflicting survivors from start to finish. It is also worth noting that the effects of chronic malnutrition would unquestionably have been far worse had the children in most schools not devised ways of supplementing their diets by foraging and or stealing from institutional larders. 223. It should also be noted that in many cases the children's families and communities tried to help, sometimes successfully, as when local native men near the Moose Factory School, Quebec, took it upon themselves to provide waterfowl, fish, and game during the 1930s. For more often, however, such efforts were rebuffed, when native deacon John Martin attempted to organize a similar provisioning for the Choutla School and the Anglican Church refused to authorize his endeavor. For example, more striking still was the message sent by Indian Affairs Minister Ellen Fairclough in 1959, informing the Catholic Oblate that the principal of its Fort George School, Quebec, had broken the law by feeding his students moose meat delivered by native hunters. 226. Far better, apparently, that the memory of the schools for all concerned be nothing so much as that of ragged, ill-kempt, and sickly-looking little waifs who cried in vain for food. 33. Indirect killing by disease. Since at least as early as 1763, when Lord Geoffrey Amherst ordered smallpox-infected blankets distributed to the Ottawas as a means of extirpating this execrable race, the spread of disease has been a conscious part of the Euro-American/Euro-Canadian approach to facilitate the vanishing of native North America. 228. Probably not the first, and certainly not the last time epidemics were deliberately unleashed, Amherst's gambit serves simply as an especially crystalline example of a larger whole. Although there are other instances in which contaminated items are known to have been intentionally introduced among healthy people at Fort Clark in 1836, for example, in Northern California a couple of decades later, and in British Columbia a few decades later, still they are difficult to pin down. 229. Most often, the methods employed were less direct, as when the U.S. Army interned the entire Navajo population at the Bosque Redondo for 4 years, 1864–68, under conditions that left half their number dead of malnutrition, exposure and, most of all, disease. 230. All things considered, the residential schools must take their unfortunate place in this latter queue. Mortality rates in the schools were, from the beginning, appalling. While comprehensive data for the U.S. is sketchy partly because of a policy of sending terminally ill children home to die, their deaths thus lumped in with reservation statistics rather than the institutions. 231. No less an authority than Duncan Campbell Scott observed that, in Canada, 50% of the children who passed through these schools did not live to benefit from the education they received therein. 232. To place this startling proportion in proper perspective, it should be borne in mind that the death rate at the infamous Nazi concentration camp at Dachau was 36%, mostly from disease. At Buchenwald, another notorious example, the rate was 19%. At Mauthausen, described by historian Michael Burley as exhibiting the harshest regime of all the concentration camps, the death rate was 58%, again, mostly from malnutrition and attendant disease. 233. What is known of the U.S. experience suggests that conditions and outcomes there were, at best, only marginally better than those pertaining under Scott's regime in the North. During the first part year of its operation, for instance, 6 of Pratt's original 136 students at Carlisle died on campus, another 15 were sent home to die, and in the winter of 1880 the situation worsened. 234 of 73 Shoshone and Arapaho children from the Wind. 34. River Reservation who were sent to Carlisle, the Genoa Indian Industrial School, Nebraska, and the Santee Indian Boarding School, Nebraska. Between 1881 and 1894 only 26 survived the experience. 235 Haskell, Carlisle, Keenewa Salem Oregon, and other Indian schools maintained cemeteries to bury the many students who succumbed to sickness and disease. Between 1885 and 1913, 100 Indian students were buried in the Haskell Cemetery alone. 236 The role of the dead is heart-wrenching. The youngest students buried in the cemetery were 6 and 7 years of age. Lem Cage, a Pawnee, was 6 years old when he died at the Haskell School in 1887. Nettie Pikaha, a Kickapoo girl, died in 1895 at 7 years of age. Mary Pomahine, of the Potawatomi people, was also 7 when she died in 1900. Ada Mohaja was 9 years old when her sister May passed away at Haskell in 1887 at the age of 7. 6 years later, in 1893, Ada also died and was buried next to her sister. The Cheyenne children Susie and Ollie Walker both died at Haskell in 1886 and are buried together. Susie was 8 when she died, and her brother, born in 1875, was 11. 237 The vast majority of fatalities among youngsters in the schools were caused by the rampant spread of contagious diseases, primarily tuberculosis, although influenza had its moments as a major killer, and smallpox made an occasional appearance. 238 At the Crow Creek School, South Dakota, for instance, it was reported in 1897 that nearly all the children there seemed to be tainted with scrofula and consumption. 239. Overall, a 1908 study undertaken by the Smithsonian Institution concluded that by that year only 1 in every 5 students was likely to be entirely free of tubercular symptoms. 240 An official study conducted in 1912 both confirmed the Smithsonian's findings and added that 30% of all boarding school students had contracted trachoma, a non-lethal but extremely ugly eye disease that unless properly treated leads to blindness. In 37 schools, the rate was over a typical class in the Sarcee Indian School, Alberta, 1912. The 2 boys with bandages are suffering active tuberculosis sores. Anglican Church of Canada, General Synod Archives. 35. 50%, in all 30 of the schools located in Oklahoma, it had climbed to just under 70%. 241. Beginning in 1882, when the tuberculosis bacillus was first conclusively identified, a medical consensus rapidly formed holding that among the best defenses against the disease were strict hygiene, a nutritious diet, and well-ventilated living quarters. 242. Conditions in U.S. boarding schools, where the diet of the children sometimes consisted of bread, black coffee and syrup for breakfast, bread and boiled potatoes for dinner, more bread and boiled potatoes for supper, and which were consistently overcrowded by almost 40%, went in exactly the opposite direction, a circumstance greatly compounded by a gross underfunding of medical services. 243. So blatant was the cause-effect relationship involved that, by 1899, even a BIA inspector, William McConnell, was openly denouncing the whole residential education system as embodying a policy of deliberate slaughter. The word murder is a terrible word, but we are little less than murderers if we follow the course we are now following after the attention of those in charge has been called to its fatal results. Hundreds of boys and girls are sent home to die so that a sickly sentiment may be patronized and that institutions where brass bands, foot, and baseball are the principal advertisements may be maintained. 244. Those in charge, repeatedly although seldom so bluntly informed of the silent Holocaust occurring as a result of their methods and priorities, not only ignored it but, whenever possible, actively suppressed the information, as when, after requesting the American Red Cross to conduct a comprehensive Indian health survey submitted in 1924, Commissioner Charles Burke buried its inconvenient findings. 245. More damning still is the pattern of promotion prevailing in the BIA throughout the entire system, a process which saw some of the most egregious offenders elevated to higher and broader realms of responsibility. Haskell Superintendent Hervey B. P. Ayres, to name but one example, was appointed Director of Education for the entire Indian Bureau in 1925, despite or because of his glaring record of endangering the lives of healthy and sick pupils by ignoring the presence of tuberculosis among them, and having repeatedly ignored the advice of the school doctor who recommended the quarantine of students obviously suffering the disease. 246. In 1929, P. Ayres stood, along with Commissioner Burke and Representative Crampton, at the forefront of those defending the boarding school system, claiming that any appreciable change in conditions therein would be an unnecessary extravagance. 247. On balance, then, there can be no reasonable 36. Dispute of the fact that responsible U.S. officials knew exactly what they were doing when, during the half-century lasting from 1880 to 1930, they continued to feed other people's children like fodder into the maw of their residential facilities as fast or faster than beds were vacated by dead or dying youngsters. 248. Nor, did the vaunted reforms marking America's New Deal of the 1930s mean an abandonment of the system. In 1941, 49 schools were still operating, some 14,000 native youngsters were still consigned to them, and conditions, although noticeably improved, still produced rates of death by disease markedly higher than the norm. 249. And so it would remain, to one extent or another, until 1990, when the Phoenix Indian School finally closed its doors. 250. In Canada, where things have been rather better documented albeit far from adequately, the full horror of what was happening both there and in the US comes into clearer focus. This is in substantial part due to a study of 15 residential schools undertaken in 1907 by Dr. P.H. Bryce, Chief Medical Officer of the Indian Department. The Bryce Report, as it's usually called, revealed that of the 1,537 children who had attended the sample group of facilities since they'd opened a period of 10 years, on average 42% had died of consumption or tuberculosis, either at the schools or shortly after being discharged. 251. Extrapolating, Bryce's data indicated that of the 3,755 native children then under the care of Canada's residential schools, 1,614 could be expected to have died a miserable death by the end of 1910. 252. In a follow-up survey conducted in 1909, Bryce collected additional information, all of it corroborating what he'd initially reported. At Old Sons School and an Anglican facility on the Pecan Reserve, both in Alberta, 64 and 65 students respectively had died of tuberculosis by 1909, giving each a mortality rate of 47%. 255 of 264 children who had attended the Kuper Island Industrial School, British Columbia, 107 were dead of the same cause. 254 at the Crowfoot Indian Boarding School, Alberta, 8 of 52 students were already dead and 22 others had been diagnosed with tuberculosis. 255 at the Qu'Appelle School, the principal, a Father Huguenard, announced that his facility's record was something to be proud of since only 153 of the 795 youngsters who'd attended it between 1884 and 1905 had died in school or within 2 years of leaving it. 0 And so it went. The reasons were neither hard to find, nor constrained to glaring dietary deficiencies. In 1908, a departmental accountant, E.F. Paget was 37. Assigned to conduct a survey of the system's physical plant in Western Canada. Having examined 21 facilities in Alberta and Saskatchewan, he reported that most were in deplorable condition. Built with an eye to economy, they were in the main quite unfit for the purpose they were being used for. 257. At File Hills, the dormitories were too small, cowhouses needed brick cladding, Crowfoot was too small and badly ventilated, Sarcee could not be heated, was unfit to be used as a school and could not be modernized. Red Deer was not modern in any respect. Regina was a sorrowful school, driving up it looked more like a deserted place than a government institution. Old Son's boarding school was found to be all that had been said of it by others in regard to being unsanitary and in every way unsuitable for such an institution. Finally, the report indicated what was by 1908 a commonplace, the connection between the condition of the schools and the ill health of children, particularly through tubercular infection. 258. This, indeed, was by no means the first time Indian Department officials had been informed of the situation. As early as 1890, a school inspector had reported severe ventilation problems at the Kamloops Industrial School. Elkhorn was constructed on the same design. 259. 1893 and 1894 reports on Crowstand boarding school identified drainage and water systems that were threatening students' health. 260. In 1897, an internal assessment conducted by departmental bureaucrat Martin Benson concluded that as a rule the schools had been hurriedly constructed of poor materials, badly laid out without provision for lighting, heating, or ventilation. 261. In 1903, the newly arrived principal of the Red Deer School reported that the sanitary conditions of the buildings are exceedingly bad. 262 and 1895 report submitted by a Dr. M. Seymour on the Qu'Appelle Industrial School in 1895 is indicative of the more general conclusion drawn, that the schools themselves were expediters of tuberculosis, a plague already afflicting and killing native people at more than 8 times the rate evident among Euro-Canadians. 263. Seymour calculated that the boys' dorm was 4 times too small for the number of children assigned to it. Out of necessity, the beds are packed in as closely as they can be and the ceiling only about 8 feet high, and from the deficient ventilation the boys have consequently to breathe and rebreathe the same air during the night. Before morning, the air would be simply awful. Overcrowding and the breathing of vitiated air constituted the main factors that facilitated the spread of tuberculosis. There would be little hope of lessening the present very high death rate from this disease until the children were provided with such room as will allow them to be in a healthy atmosphere both day and night. 264. 38. Even the press drew the appropriate conclusions from all this when the Bryce Report was published in 1907, reporting that Indian boys and girls were dying like flies because of an absolute inattention to the bare necessities of their health in schools that aid the White Plague, and noting how even war seldom shows as large a percentage of fatalities as does the education system imposed on our Indian wards. 265. Echoing William McConnell's charge against the BIA a few years earlier, a Toronto attorney named Samuel H. Blake joined in, publicly asserting that in doing nothing to obviate the preventable causes of the appalling number of deaths among young children, the Indian Department had brought itself within unpleasant nearness to the charge of manslaughter. 266. While the Ottawa Citizen added that the situation was disgraceful to the country. 267. The response of those in charge, once the flurry of public attention had passed, was to do nothing. 268. Or, more accurately, they did nothing constructive. As in the U.S., they did continue to facilitate a steady increase in the number of native children lodged in the schools. 26. Beyond that, their main effort appears to have been aimed at discrediting Bryce as a medical faddist who had brought the system into undeserved disrepute, and with painting a patently false portrait of conditions prevailing in residential facilities. 7. One ranking bureaucrat actually went on record describing the jolly, healthy children fairly bubbling over with vitality supposedly inhabiting Manitoba's boarding schools. 271. By 1914, the author of the Bryce Report had been pushed out of the Indian service altogether, forced to watch from the sidelines in mounting rage and frustration as the business of educating Indians went on as usual. By 1922, Bryce had had enough, publishing a searing tract entitled The Story of a National Crime, in which the mechanics of death in the schools was laid bare and responsibility placed squarely on Duncan Campbell Scott's concise and undeviating blend of thrift with ever greater numbers of Boys' dormitory at the Kamloops Indian School, British Columbia, circa 1940. Such living conditions, all but guaranteed to facilitate epidemics, were standard in both Canada and the U.S., Kamloops Museum and Archives. 39. The cemetery at the Lac La Ronge Indian School, Saskatchewan, circa 1920. The youngest child buried there was 6 years old. Anglican Church of Canada, General Synod Archives. 40. Pulsory enrollments. 273. Among other things revealed was that in several of the schools upon which Bryce had reported in 1907, conditions had grown demonstrably worse over the intervening decade and a half. At Old Sons School, to take a representative example, F.C. Corbett, an Indian Department contract physician, had reported in 1920 that 70% of the students were infected with tuberculosis, suffering enlarged lymphatic glands, many with scrofula sores requiring prompt medical attention which they were not receiving. 274. Such conditions seemed to shock even the doctor himself. But it was the discovery that 60% of the children had scabies or itch, in an aggravated form, that most upset Corbett, for this was a sign of gross neglect. 275. This skin infection, caused by the itch, might and usually found among children living in overcrowded and unhygienic conditions, had been neglected or unrecognized and had plainly gone on for months. Corbett noted, the hands and arms, and in fact the whole bodies of many of the children were covered with crusts and sores from this disgusting disease. 2 of the girls had sores on the back of their heads fully 3 inches across and heaped up with crusts nearly a half-inch deep. The remedy was simple cleanliness. 276. The Sarcee boarding school, near Calgary, was worse still, with 33 of 57 students much below even a passable standard of health. All but 4 were infected with tuberculosis, in a condition bad in the extreme and fighting a losing battle with the disease. 16 of those diagnosed with TB were still forced to attend classes despite being obviously afflicted with suppurating glands or open sores, and had to sit at their desks with unsightly bandages around their necks to cover up their large swellings and foul sores. 278. Only those no longer able to stand were retired to the school infirmary, there, shortly, to die. Corbett sometimes sketched haunting portraits of the dying youngsters. The condition of one little girl 8 years old found in the infirmary is pitiable indeed. She lies curled up in a bed that is filthy, in a room that is dirty and dilapidated, in the northwest corner of the building, with no provision of sunshine or fresh air. Both sides of her neck and chest are swollen and 5 foul ulcers are discolored when we lift the bandages. This gives her pain, and the tears from her fear of being touched intensifies the picture of her misery. Overall, apparently robust children weakened shortly after admission to most residential schools and eventually became so sick they had to be confined to sick bays where the dead, the dying, the sick and convalescent. 41. The infirmary at Old Sons School in Alberta, where so many children died. This photo was taken during an epidemic of the mumps in the mid-1930s. Anglican Church of Canada, General Synod Archives, Death Watch, a tubercular child and his grandmother, Sarcee Indian School, Alberta, 1913. Anglican Church of Canada, General Synod Archives. 42. Were all lumped together in the same room in order to hold down the cost of their care. 280. Sometimes they were then buried 2 or more in a grave to reduce the expense entailed in disposing of their corpses. 281. Topping things off, Scott had ordered that departmental medical services be cut back in 1918. The position of medical inspector was eliminated altogether for reasons of economy. 282. Indeed, while the number of students rose steadily during the years of World War I, 1914-18, expenditures on residential facilities declined by about 1/3. 28. Truly, the scandalous procession of Indian children to school and on to the cemetery remarked in the press upon publication of the Bryce Report in 1907 was continuing unabated when Bryce released the story of a national crime 15 years later. 284. While in 1922, just as it had in 1907, the Indian Department mounted a vituperative defense of its policies and practices for public consumption, it is worth noting that Scott himself had in the meantime privately conceded the substance of Bryce's charges. Writing behind a shroud of presumed confidentiality in a 1918 report to Superintendent General Arthur Meighen, he readily admitted that the buildings to which his minions were sending more and more native children were already seriously overcrowded and otherwise inadequate, and that the resultant unsanitary conditions therein were undoubtedly chargeable with a very high death rate among pupils. 28. And thus informed, Meighen took no more corrective action than had his predecessors. Indeed, it would be another 16 years before monies were set aside to establish the first tuberculosis sanatorium for the ravaged youngsters, and even then no special funds were designated to improve conditions in the schools themselves. 286. That would have to wait until comprehensive reforms were finally undertaken in 1957. 87. Still, as late as 1969, reports on a number of schools revealed conditions were not especially different from those recorded by Bryce, Paget, and others at the beginning of the century. 88. So it would remain until the last of Canada's Indian residential facilities was closed in 1984. 289. Viewed in the whole, and especially in light of Scott's sharing of critical information with Arthur Meighen and other such highly placed officials, there can be no real question of the onus of blame resting upon the Indian Department alone. If it was not literally a policy consensus in Canada that residential schooling should be used as a handy medium through which to physically liquidate an appreciable segment of the country's Aboriginal population, then their mass death was undeniably treated as an acceptable by 43. Product of the government's broader drive to culturally annihilate them. To refocus analyst John Milloy's apt assessment of the priorities displayed by the principal of Old Sun's School in 1922, Canadian officials as a group were plainly determined that, with slates and chalk in hand, the children would die on the road to civilization. 290. As to Canada's general public, leaving aside the transient and largely pro forma expressions of outraged concern attending release first of the Bryce Report, and later the story of a national crime manifestations which in themselves prove that average settlers knew, or had reason to know, what was being done in their name, the deaths, and the condition of the schools pricked no collective conscience, wrought no revolution, nor even sustained pressure for a reformulation of policy. 291. As in the U.S., the fate of Native people, children included, was simply not discussed within the polite circles of good Canadians. Instead, such issues, like those contemporaneously pertaining to Jews and other undesirables in Germany, were swept, quietly and conveniently, into the darker reaches of the national consciousness. 292. A better illustration of the genocidal mentality at work is difficult to imagine. 293. By the same token, the fact that Indian residential schools served as instrumentalities of genocide in both Canada and the U.S. stands muster under all but the narrowest definitions of the term. The slow death measure of forced labor. amplifying the debilitating effects of continuous anxiety and stress, malnutrition, and the near-total absence of basic sanitation in the fostering of rampant disease among residential school students was the substantial work regimen imposed in most such institutions. A number of facilities were from the outset explicitly designated as industrial schools. Pratt's prototype at Carlisle is a classic example. There were 25 such entities in the US and 22 in Canada by 1907-94, but those not endowed with that telltale descriptor ultimately functioned in much the same way. 295. Overall, the situation in the U.S. was such that in 1935 BIA employee Oliver Lafarge went on record describing the board school system as being composed of penal institutions where little children are sentenced to hard labor for a term of years for the crime of being born of their mothers. 6. In Canada, residential school survivors have also not infrequently compared their experience to imprisonment in 1991, the Muskeme leader Wendy Grant John referred 44 to them as internment camps for children. 297. Although as those who had actually been incarcerated in both types of facility usually observed, the food was better in prison. 298. Whether or not they were formally designated as purveyors of industrial training, virtually all residential facilities were, by design, frankly supported in part by the labor of their students, who, by the time they reached 5th grade, work-ed for half a day and went to school for half a day. 299. In other words, having completed their 4 hours of basic academics and Christian indoctrination, and fed their lunch of bread and boiled potatoes, boys as young as 10 in the industrial institutions were promptly dispatched to spend another 4 hours manufacturing commercial wares in metal, wood, or leather shops, while the girls went to garment shops, kitchen work, or laundries. 300. In non-industrial boarding schools, agricultural work usually replaced the shops for boys, while the girls' tasks remained more or less the same. 301. In both types of facility, providing domestic services to the staff, and maintenance of campus buildings were typically viewed as student responsibilities. 302. Students not only labored in the laundries, dairies, and gardens of the schools, they also built and repaired many of their campus buildings. During 1910, in what appears to be an average work year, the Haskell boys constructed a 2-story building addition. They also remodeled the boys' dormitory, laid new floors in its halls and in some rooms, repainted all the employees' quarters, fixed roofs, remodeled a shed, built a new hay barn and guard house, manufactured 75 sets of animal harnesses, made new furniture such as tables, chairs, desks, cupboards, and bookcases, and laid 600 square feet of cement sidewalk. As a U.S. investigating commission found in 1928, much of the work of Indian children in boarding schools would be prohibited in most states under child labor laws. 304. The official justification in the US and Canada alike for exempting Native children from such protections was that, in the course of their employment, they were being prepared for future self-suffi. The shop facilities at Carlisle where male students as young as 9 were assigned to daily labor. Cumberland County Historical Society, Pennsylvania. 45. Piecework production is performed in the sewing room at the Shubenacadie Indian School, Nova Scotia, circa 1930. At most schools, female students were assigned to undertake instruction in the domestic arts, day after day, for years on end. National Archives of Canada, many shirts to become expert at shirt making? Ship to the prospect of future employment. An obvious question also arises concerning the repetitive nature of the tasks assigned. How many pillowcases did a girl have to make to become proficient at making pillowcases? How plainly, production rather than education, vocational or otherwise, was at issue. As one analyst has put it, the student worked for the school rather than the school for the student. 308. The sheer scale of output is in some ways indicative of what was going on. In 1881, the newly established workshops at Carlisle, with a labor force of fewer than 50 boys at that point, turned out 8,929 metal items such as pans, pails, and funnels, 183 double harness sets and CNC by learning a trade. 305 The trades taught, however children made and repaired harnesses at Flandreau until 1936, for example, long after the internal combustion engine had displaced the horse on both road and farm. 306 Often bore no relation. A girls' commercial laundry detail at the Sherman Institute, Riverside, California, C/Co 1910. U.S. National Archives, Bureau of Indian Affairs collection, 161 bridles, as well as 9 spring wagons and a pair of carriages, all of it sold on the open market for a net revenue of $6,333.46. 309. In 1890, the 46. 16 girls working in the Albuquerque Indian School's garment shop produced 170 dresses, 93 chemises, 107 hickory shirts, 67 boys' waists, 261 pairs of drawers, 194 pillowcases, 224 sheets, 238 aprons, 33 sheets, and 38 towels. 310 At the Genoa Indian School, where agricultural rather than industrial work prevailed, 300 acres were under cultivation by 1890, producing corn, oats, wheat, potatoes and sorghum, virtually all of it sold at market. 311 At Haskell, where nearly 600 acres were under cultivation, revenues from the sale of hay, wheat, oats, corn, and potatoes reached $14,000 in 1925. 312 At Kilako, where even more land was under cultivation and there was a better growing environment, sales of farm products alone had risen to an amazing $48,467 a year earlier. 313 Nor was this by any means the end of it. The amount of material produced by student labor at Kilako was astonishing. 12 boys in the bakery each week produced 2,000 loaves, 2,000 buns, 900 cinnamon rolls, 220 pies, 900 cookies, 900 slices of gingerbread and cake, and 1,800 pieces of cornbread. The laundry annually processed 475,000 towels, 98,000 sheets, 35,000 shirts and tens of thousands of nightgowns, pillowcases, bloomers, and long underwear. 314 As was mentioned earlier, almost none of this was dedicated to improving student nutrition. Even at the Sherman Institute, reputedly providing the best diet of any Indian residential facility on the continent in 1928, the vast bulk of the produce and dairy items generated through student labor were sold for a profit while the children themselves remained demonstrably malnourished. 315 No better case can be made for the disposition of revenues accruing from sales. At Kilako, for instance, the BIA adjusted its own funding of the school each year in direct proportion to the amount gleaned from agricultural and industrial enterprises the year before. 316. Hence, rather than working to feed themselves, or to acquire such luxuries as adequate clothing. 317. The children were collectively harnessed to the task of paying staff salaries and otherwise underwriting their own confinement by providing a low-cost diversity of foodstuffs and other commodities enhancing to the quality of life enjoyed by surrounding white communities. As was candidly admitted by Canadian Indian Service official W.H. Graham in 1930, residential schools often functioned as workhouses in which children were reduced to the status of slaves. 31H The goal, openly and repeatedly stated on both sides of the border, was to make each school financially self-sufficient or even profit-making. One toward this end, where students were paid for their labor at all, some administrators apparently believed token wages might provide incentive to. 47. Greater productivity. The compensation was abysmally low. According to 1897 BIA guidelines, students new to a job should never be paid, but might receive 10 per hour thereafter. Children with 2 years' experience might receive a raise to 1.50 per hour. That was the suggested limit for student farmhands other than at harvest time, when they might receive 250 per 10-hour workday, while those assigned to skilled positions in the industrial shops might receive 30 per hour after 3 years. 320. Even these tiny sums did not go to the youngsters who earned them, however. Rather, they were deposited in no-interest savings accounts, managed by school administrators. 321. The same applied to the outing program, originally devised by Pratt as means of retaining children in the system year-round while augmenting their total immersion in Euro-American social and cultural mores. 32. While the program did in fact accomplish these objectives to one or another extent, it ultimately served more as a pernicious form of involuntary servitude that prevailed in many schools from the 1880s until the 1940s. Making male students available during the summer to work on farms owned by non-natives, or putting a young woman out at service with a family in town, was a method of furnishing cheap, semi-skilled labor to whites. 32. By 1900, schools like Genoa, Culaco, and Albuquerque were in a manner entirely similar to the notorious convict leasing SYS boys on work detail at the Alert Bay Indian School, British Columbia, circa 1925. Anglican Church of Canada, General Synod Archives, harvest time at the Brockett Indian School in Alberta, circa 1920. Girls as young as 8 were assigned to field labor. Such practices were standard. Provincial Archives of Alberta, Oblate Collection, TEM, then functioning in more than 30 U.S. states, farming out work gangs of up to 100 boys each to Colorado and Nebraska beet growers at harvest time, there to labor monotonously in the hot sun from daybreak to sunset, sleeping in barns or tent camps at night, at wages so low they became a matter of concern to regional union organizers. 324. The girls, meanwhile, were placed as servants in middle-class homes to perform full-time domestic drudge work for as little as $4 per month. 325. Whether during the school year or during summer outings, the labor demanded of children in residential institutions was not only dreary and demeaning, but often gut-bustingly difficult. In a single year, the 38 working-age boys at the Fort Stevenson Indian Boarding School, North Dakota, to offer just one illustration among many, in addition to cutting and hauling 300 posts, fencing in 20 acres of pasture, cutting over 200 cords of wood, and storing away 150 tons of ice. Mined 150 tons of lignite coal. Proud of this accomplishment, the superintendent boasted that a vast amount of hard labor was required to extract the coal, partly because about 9 feet of earth had to be removed before the vein was reached. 326. The debilitating effect of such rigors upon youngsters subsisting on fewer than 1,500 calories per day goes without saying. 327. Even when sheer brute labor was not involved, the survivor record is replete with accounts of being sickened by working conditions, spending hours each day in the steam of industrialized laundry rooms, for example, or spending endless hours standing at ironing boards, and of being too fatigued to do anything but nod off to sleep at the end of every school day. 328. It is impossible to calculate with precision the extent to which the conditions of forced labor imposed upon residential school students, rather than the malnutrition and other adverse conditions to which they were all but universally subjected, proved decisive in lowering their resistance to the diseases that at times claimed half their number. 3. Probably the best approach. The sheer quantity of labor demanded of students could be staggering. Consider this trove of timber harvested by barely 24 boys at the Chowdala Indian School in the Yukon during the fall semester of 1934. Archives of the Yukon, Anglican Diocese Records. 49. Is, as historian David E. Stannard recommends, to treat the combination of factors as a inseparably interactive whole. 330. Be that as it may, any notion that the school's work regime was intended in some sense to be genuinely educational for the children burdened with it is disabused both by the weight of associated facts and by numerous statements on the part of those in charge themselves. By the turn of the century, the balance between academics and labor was clearly shifting toward the latter, with the result that BIA Educational Superintendent Warren Haleman explicitly instructed his subordinates to downplay literary advancement among residential school students. 331. Haleman's Canadian counterpart, Hayter Reed, put it somewhat more delicately, but meant the same thing, when he observed in 1891 that instruction in industries is of much nigher value to the ordinary Indian than in literary subjects. 332. Compounding the situation was the fact, quite predictable under the circumstances, that many students were literally too exhausted by the end of each day's work to even try and study. 333. As such patterns solidified, some schools Quapel, for instance, where in 1916 students attended a half-day's worth of classes only 9 times during a 42-day period. 334. Simply abandoned all pretense of being anything other than workhouses. Unsurprisingly, all things considered, standardized test results revealed in the mid-1950s that many native students in the U.S. who had been in residential facilities long enough to have reached 10th grade had yet to acquire fundamental arithmetical or reading proficiencies. 335. In Canada, things were as bad or worse. A 1945 Indian Department survey concluded that of 9,149 students then in the residential schools, none demonstrated the equivalent of grade 10 proficiencies, and barely 100 had reached grade 9. 336. Research conducted in the 1980s by Jean Barman, Eva Baer and D.M.C. Casquiu has added much greater definition to this departmental sketch. They estimate that in the period between 1890 and 1950 at least 60%, and in some decades over 80%, of the children in federal Indian schools failed to advance past grade 3 even though many were teenagers. They acquired no more than basic literacy. 337. Such outcomes were, of course, in many respects entirely consistent with the broader philosophy embraced by educators on both sides of the border that, in civilizing native children, utmost care should be taken not to educate them above the possibilities of their station. 338. In general, this meant that the goal was for those who survived the ordeal of their process. 50. To have gained only such rudimentary knowledge/skills as were necessary for them, indoctrinated as they were to view their lot as being both right and inevitable, to make their way in later years as contributing citizens on an extremely limited family income. 339. More specifically, as was stated in the Flandreau Student Handbook for 1938-39, girls were being deliberately drilled from an early age for lives spent as cooks, waitresses, and maids. 340. As for boys, it was openly anticipated that upon leaving school they would take their natural place in the always necessary pool of permanently marginalized, expendable and, most of all, lowly paid menial laborers performing the kinds of industrial/agricultural tasks that no self-respecting white man might reasonably be expected to undertake. 341. To be sure, native children were not merely the passive victims of all that was being done to them. Virtually without exception, survivor narratives include accounts of subversion, both individual and collective, most commonly involving such activities as stealing and/or foraging food, possessing other contraband, persistence in the speaking of native languages and running away. In many, perhaps most residential schools, such activities were so common and sustained as to comprise outright cultures of resistance. 342. And in most instances, the official response was to intensify the already harsh disciplinary regimen by which institutional life was defined, resorting to corrective measures exceeding any reasonable limit or proportion. Many of the methods routinely employed not only went beyond the usual standards of cruel and unusual punishment prohibited under Anglo-American law for application to convicted felons in penal facilities. 34. But violated the prohibitions against torture found in international legal custom and convention. 34. 1. The tombstone of Joseph Rousseau, a 16-year-old Chippewa boy who died of unknown causes at the Haskell Indian School, Kansas, in 1902, 1 in 2 children entering such facilities shared his fate. Brenda J. Childs, Torture. 51. Although in the U.S. in 1898 BIA handbook formally forbade institutional staff from resort to abusive language, ridicule, corporal punishment, or any other cruel or degrading measures, 345 such lofty-sounding prose was nullified by a series of exceptions promulgated several years later. Under the 1890 guidelines, the schools were licensed to inflict corporal punishment, literal imprisonment in a guardhouse, and other such penal ties on students believed guilty of persistently using profane or obscene language, lewd conduct, stubborn insubordination, lying, fighting, wanton destruction of property, theft, or similar misbehavior. 346. In other words, observes analyst David Wallace Adams, just about everything the children did was subject to discretionary interpretation/punishment by their overseers. 347 The utterly predictable results were condoned at the Bureau's highest levels. 348. One Hopi woman who attended boarding school after the turn of the century recalls, corporal punishment was given as a matter of course, whipping with a harness strap was administered in an upstairs room. One staff member held the student while another administered the strap. One Navajo woman would never forget the punishment she and some other girls received for leaving the school to pick apples in a nearby canyon. That evening the matron lined the girls up in the dormitory. She told us to pull our blankets down and lie on our stomachs. She had a wide strap in her hand. She began whipping us one by one as we screamed in agony. A former student at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, recalls, generally, the officers in charge of the companies gave the whippings. They used either a board or a belt. 349 The severity of such beatings, sometimes undertaken with fists, rubber hoses, and even baseball bats. 350. Is more emblematically witnessed by the case of a 13-year-old boy who in 1912 was held, handcuffed, and almost beaten into insensibility with a strap. The result was that the boy collapsed, lay on the floor almost helpless, and after 16 days, 26 cruel scars remained on his body, and 11 upon his right arm. 391. In 1914, at the Walker River Agency School in Nevada, the superintendent, unable to determine which one of 10 girls had stolen a can of baking powder, decided to punish the entire group. The superintendent ordered these girls, who were between 13 and 18 years of age, stripped of clothing to the waist, and each was flogged on the naked body with a buggy whip. 352 Such brutality, found by congressionally commissioned investigators to be endemic in 1928. 353. Was hardly the end of it. There are many accounts of children as young as 8 being shackled to posts, having a ball and chain tied to their ankle, and other such things. 354. 52. Richard Kissedy, Apache, at age 4 the youngest student at Carlisle in 1895. Cumberland County Historical Society. 53. Although placing students in a school jail or guardhouse was officially discouraged in the late 1890s, this remained a standard form of punishment well into the 1930s. Actually, school officials employed a variety of techniques to keep students in line. One woman who attended a boarding school in Oklahoma recalls that students who spoke Kiowa were made to brush their teeth with harsh lye soap. The kids would end up with the whole inside of their mouth raw. At Albuquerque, the punishment for speaking Indian was a stint on bread and water. 355. Although in 1929 Indian Commissioner Burke made an ostentatious display of renewing the 1898 ban on the worst of such practices. 356. His successor, Charles J. Rhodes, effectively gutted the constraints a year later. 357 As had been the case with the 1898 constraints, Burke's 1929 ban was for the most part ignored anyway, almost invariably without discernible consequences to offenders. 358. And, irrespective of periodic official pronouncements to the contrary, harsh measures of discipline remained in use at facilities like the Phoenix and St. Francis, South Dakota, Indian schools into the mid-1980s. 359. And, as always, things were no better in Canada, especially during the tenure of Duncan Campbell Scott as Indian Service Director. Discipline, regimentation, and punishment in the service of cultural change was the context of the children's lives. It was pervasive in the system and, to some observers, poisonous. G. Berry, the district inspector for schools in British Columbia, described the situation at a house at school, where every member of the staff carried a strap and where children had never learned to work without punishment. Another critic who saw the same negative implications in this tyranny of routinization, charged that at Mt. Elgin, Ontario, their whole day in and day out is planned for them. The children learn to work under direction which doesn't require, and indeed discourages, any individual acting or thinking on their part. Punishment goes to those who don't keep in line. To keep the children in line, the staff could deprive them of food, or strap them, or confine them, or all three. 360. The record brims with accounts such as those at the Williams Lake Industrial School, British Columbia, of youngsters regularly locked in cold and dark rooms, fed bread and water and beaten with a strap or saddle whip. Sometimes sick on the face, with their clothes taken off and beaten, and so on. 361. A nurse inspecting the Crowfoot School in 1921 discovered, when entering the dining room, 4 boys chained to the benches. She later returned to the dining room to examine one of the girls reportedly badly marked by a strap. Several marks were found on her lower right limb. 5 girls were in chains. 362. At the Kamloops School, adolescent girls were regularly punished for such severe 54. infractions as chewing gum by having their pants taken down in front of the entire student body and then being publicly strapped. 363. At the Shubenacadie School, one huge nun, Mary Leonard, or Waiko, the ogre, to her terrified charges, was notorious for frequently lashing out at students' heads and bodies with her large fists for offenses like skipping rope, and was prone to using racially insulting language towards anyone who displeased her. 364. Indeed, according to Canon S. Gould, president of the Canadian Missionary Society in 1920, beatings were the norm, more or less, in every boarding school in the country. 365. Mention has already been made of the special torment, such as being forced to eat their own vomit, visited upon children who spoiled or wasted their sometimes already rotten food. 366. Speaking their own language also warranted especially vicious treatment, as with a youngster at the Spanish Indian Boys' School, near the town of Espanola, Ontario, who in 1924 was first undressed by the Christian brothers running the facility as a charity, then whipped naked until he became unconscious. 36. Among the worst examples is that of the Aberney Indian Residential School, British Columbia, where, during the 1920s, children caught talking Indian suffered the hideous ordeal of having sewing needles pushed through their tongues. 368. At other facilities, scalding seems to have been the preferred method of punishing repeat offenders. Those who physically resisted such abuse, usually but not always adolescent males. 370. Typically came in for still harsher treatment. One young man at the Mackay School, Manitoba, who in 1924 fought back against a strapping after he was accused of slacking at work. Actually, his hands had become too blistered to hold the pitchfork he was assigned to use, ended up bruised black from his neck to his buttocks. Another boy, upon being cracked across the skull with a cane by a staff thug named Skinner at the Red Deer School, seized the cane and hit his assailant back. Shortly thereafter, the youngster was beaten so badly that he was required to undergo cranial surgery. 372. Such atrocities were regularly reported to Scott, but, other than the release of a vacuous 1921 assertion that abuse would not be condoned, no particular action was ever taken. 374. Thus, the torture continued on a system-wide basis, decade after decade, until the very end. During the late 1960s, for example, a staff member at the Oblate's St. Philip's Residential School, Saskatchewan, regularly burned recalcitrant children with his cigarette lighter, and developed a specialized punishment. 55. The youngest child in this group portrait center rear, in the checkered shirt, had just turned 5 when this photo was taken. Kansas State Historical Society, young men consigned to St. Paul's Indian School on the Blood Reserve, Alberta, circa 1935. Anglican Church of Canada, General Synod Archive. 56. Called whipping with 5 belts, in which a cluster of narrow straps resembling the infamous cat o' nine tails but embellished with metal studs was used to induce a proper degree of submissiveness in the unruly. It was not at all uncommon for this punishment to leave scabs that stuck to clothing and left scars. 375. Another method of bringing unduly stubborn youngsters to their senses during the same period was to place them in restraints and then apply electrical shocks. 376. Those guilty of bedwetting, a sure sign of terror or other sorts of deep emotional distress, were punished by having their faces rubbed in human excrement and / or being forced to parade around with their wet sheets draped over their heads. And, of course, the regular sorts of beatings went on unabated. By far the most common form of resistance manifested by the children to the overall set of conditions imposed upon them in the schools was to try and escape. Such efforts began almost the moment the first facility opened its doors, 373, and did not cease until the last one was closed. Once again, the literature overflows with confirming data, much of it centering on the extraordinary lengths to which authorities went in seeking to curb the practice. 3. 6. Usually, these went to tracking down, returning, and then making deterrent examples of runaways. In 1907, for instance, it was documented that the principal of the Crowstand School retrieved boys who'd fled by tying ropes around their arms and making them run behind his buggy from their houses to the school. 380. At Old Sun School in 1919, the common practice was to chain returned students to their beds and beat them with a horse quirt until their backs were bleeding. 361. At the McKay School in 1924, Indian Service official W.H. Graham reported that a boy who'd fled, almost naked and barefoot, after being whaled black and blue over a petty infraction, one of the trackers who caught him compared his condition to that of an abused dog, had received even worse treatment upon his return, and that such practices were standard in Western Canadian residential facilities. 382. A representative 1953 report noted that 2 boys caught trying to run away were beaten savagely by the principal of the Birtle School, leaving them with marks all over their bodies, front genitals, etc. During the 1960s, the boys' supervisor of the Duck Lake School, Saskatchewan, specialized in forcing recovered runaways to kneel, then kicking the boys as they knelt in penance before him. 3si. At least as late as 1968, there were still numerous accounts such as that of a 12-year-old girl being punched in the 57 face, then beaten with a strap on the bare back for fleeing the St. Philip's School. 385. And so, school by school, unremittingly, it went. Another tactic regularly used especially in the dead of winter to instill a fear of the consequences of running away in the children was simply to abandon them to their all but inevitable fates. An early illustration is that of 9-year-old Charlie Hines, who fled the school at Norway House, Manitoba, after being thrashed within an inch of his life, ending up so badly frozen he lost his toes. 386. Worse came in February 1902, when an 8-year-old named Duncan Sticks fled the Williams Lake School and froze to death almost within sight of his home. School officials had neither notified the youngster's family that he was missing nor, to all appearances, made any real effort to look for him themselves. 387. Nearly 4 decades later, On New Year's Day, 1937, at the Lejac School, British Columbia, 4 boys Alan Willie, Andrew Paul, Maurice Justin, and Johnny Michael ran away and were found frozen to death on a lake within half a mile of their village. When Harry Paul saw his son on the ice, the boy was wearing summer clothes, no hat and one rubber missing, and his foot was bare. Another found his boy lying face down with his coat under him. He was the only one with a cap on. He had his running shoes on with no rubbers. The boy's only little tots was how Police Constable Jennings described them, had been desperate enough to set out for home in 30 below weather. 388. At about the same time, a youngster who'd run from the Round Lake School, Saskatchewan, in 25° below zero weather and became lost in a blizzard was found when a search was initiated 4 days later. 389. In 1941, 3 boys who'd run from St. Anne's School, Ontario, simply vanished, never to be seen again. It is theorized that they drowned, their bodies then washing into Hudson's Bay. 3911. In 1947, 3 boys running from the Kamloops School were killed by a train. 391. In 1959, 2 sisters drowned while trying to escape the Kuper Island School, and a 13-year-old named Joseph Commanda was struck by a train and killed while attempting the same feat at the Mohawk Academy. 392. Although his death was hardly the last of the sort, 2 boys died of exposure in November 1970 while trying to escape the Kenora Roman Catholic School, Ontario. To cite just one more example, 36. The 1966 case of 12-year-old Charlie Wenjack is probably the best known of all such stories. He left Cecilia Jeffrey Residence School, Ontario, bound for his home community, Agaki Post on the Martin Falls Reserve, and collapsed and died of hunger beside the 58 railroad tracks he thought would take him home. When found, he was lying on his back, wearing only his thin cotton clothing, obviously soaked. He had no identification. He was carrying nothing but a little glass jar with a screw top. Inside, a half-dozen wooden matches. From where he lay, he had half of Ontario to cross. The Indian Department shipped his body home accompanied by his little sisters, who had also been students at Cecilia Jeffrey. 394. Although the record in the U.S. is far from being as well documented as that in Canada, available evidence suggests that a similar pattern was present. Carlisle reported 45 runaways in 1901, for instance, Kilako a staggering 111 boys and 18 girls, well over 10% of the entire student population having fled in 1927. 395. And, to be sure, there was a steady stream of fatalities. In 1891, 3 Kiowa boys ran away from the boarding school at Anadarko, Oklahoma, presumably in response to harsh punishments handed out by one of the teachers. The runaways' destination was a Kiowa camp some 30 miles from the school. Before reaching the camp, however, a severe blizzard struck and all 3 boys were later found frozen to death. A similar fate awaited Pius Little Bear, age 12, who in the dead of winter ran away from the school at Cheyenne River, South Dakota in 1903. He died of cold and exhaustion before being found. 96. During the winter of 1908, the superintendent at the Wittenberg Indian Boarding School, Wisconsin, reported 2 Menominee children having recently perished with the cold during an escape attempt. 3. And, a few years earlier, 4 boys who fled the boarding school at Grand Junction, Colorado, disappeared into the fastness of the Rocky Mountains with a mysterious permanence which rivaled that of their 3 Canadian counterparts in 1941. 398. As in Canada, the flood of runaways from U.S. residential facilities not only continued but grew in the face of such grim illustrations of the potential consequences, leading some former students and at least one contemporary analyst to suggest that at certain times of year attempting to flee school could amount to near or actual suicide in a very conscious sense. 399. Whether or not such assessments are correct, and it seems likely that they are to one extent or another, there can be no question but that native residential school children opted all too frequently to embrace this ultimate refusal of the conditions imposed upon them. In this connection, the record is sufficient to prove only occasional glimpses of what was happening. The first documented suicide at the Phoenix Indian School was that of a Pima boy in 1894, for instance, although school officials professed to have had no idea what was bothering him, Contempo. 59. Rainius accounts strongly suggest that ending the burden of severe discipline and punishment was likely his motive. 400. At the Williams Lake School in 1920, in the aftermath of severe beatings, 9 youngsters attempted mass suicide, one of them successfully, by eating water hemlock. 401. In 1930, another pair of children at Williams Lake used the same means to end their lives. 402. As late as June 1981, 5 or 6 little girls between the ages of 8 and 10 tied socks and towels together and tried to hang themselves at the Muskowquin Residential School, Saskatchewan, following by only a few months the successful effort of a 15-year-old to do so at the same facility. 403. While cause of death bookkeeping on both sides of the border was ultimately far too shoddy or deliberately misleading to allow anything resembling a comprehensive and accurate appraisal of suicide rates in the schools, even such fragmentary evidence as is available plainly belies apologistic screeds like Robert Havigurst's convenient and therefore influential 1971 study claiming that virtually no suicides occurred in boarding schools during the first 90 years of their operation. 404. There is, after all, a considerable distinction to be drawn between the number of suicides attempted on the one hand and the number of attempts recorded on the other. Especially in a context where those in charge at all levels preferred that things appear to be other than they actually were. 405. Even without hard data on the number of child suicides claimed by the residential schools, the ghastly toll taken by the systematic torture practiced in those institutions for more than a century is quite clear. Predation. It has been argued that the rampant sadism marking staff behavior in the residential schools from start to finish derived, not from any conscious intent on the part of responsible officials, but inadvertently, as a byproduct of the same complex of budgetary constraints and other factors that led to endemic student malnutrition, overwork and lack of medical care. 406. There is a certain superficial truth to this. Offering bottom dollar for jobs often situated in remote and backward locations is a sure recipe for attracting the dregs of any mainstream, white, labor pool, i.e., the misfits, incompetents, and sociopaths deemed unfit to work in other settings, and it was always implicit that the threshold criteria for employment in the schools was that those hired be white. 407. It is thus less than startling to find that, as one Sir 60. Weaver of the facility at Albany recently recalled, most male staffers were men kicked out of the RCMP or retired from the armed forces. Their jobs had to be the bottom of the workforce barrel at the time. 408. The notion that such outcomes can be somehow separated from official intent breaks down upon being subjected to even minimal scrutiny, however. Both budget allocations and hiring preferences are obviously matters of policy. So, too, then, are the results ensuing from them, especially when the policies at issue are sustained over a long period and, as has already been demonstrated to have been the case with respect to the residential schools, in full view of the consequences. 409. Mere budget considerations, moreover, cannot account for the fact that, as has also been mentioned, although the details of specific atrocities were frequently reported to BIA or Indian Department headquarters, often with the recommendation that the perpetrators should be removed from their positions, no such corrective actions were ever forthcoming. 410. To the contrary, it was the relative handful of teachers or staff members who sympathized with the children who were quietly transferred or simply fired. 1. Duncan Campbell Scott's removal of Ph. Bryce from the Indian Service provides an excellent example, already discussed. So, too, does that of Elsie Schmidt, a staff member fired in 1930 after protesting what turned out to be 99 separate instances of severe physical abuse over a 5-year period at the Phoenix Indian School. Not only was Schmidt pushed out of the system, although many of her allegations were subsequently confirmed by congressional investigators, but, as was the case with Bryce, officials mounted a concerted effort to discredit her, albeit she was branded a Bolshevik rather than a medical faddist, rendering her effectively unemployable in the private sector as well. 412 those who'd perpetrated the pattern of crimes against children at the Phoenix School were allowed to retain their jobs, while Superintendent John B. Brown, the man most directly responsible for what went on in the institution, and guilty of purging the only employee troublesome enough to complain about it, was also left in his position until he retired on full pension. 413. Much the same pertained to those outside the Indian Service who sought to shed light on what was happening in the schools, whether north or south of the border. Bryce, given the official defamation he suffered as the result of publishing the story of a national crime, again serves as a perfect example. The same can be said of John Collier, W. Carson Ryan and other 61 reformers, all of them labeled liars, radicals and the like by Indian Commissioner Burke and other officials who published similarly scathing critiques of BIA educational policy/practice in the U.S. a decade later. 414. 30 years later still, the situation remained unchanged. In 1965, an all but identical assault was mounted by the Canadian officials against journalist Ian Adams, tarring him with the brush of sensationalism and leftism for publishing an entirely accurate expose of the conditions in Cecilia Jeffrey and other Kenora area residential schools that would underpin the awful case of Charlie Wenjack a year after. 415. Not to put too fine an edge on it, but to defend a policy is to defend what happens under its mantle. To actively excuse, much less shield and reward the perpetrators of crimes is to embrace the crimes themselves. To make crimes possible is to be complicit in the very act of their commission. Viewed from this perspective, which, after all, has since Nuremberg constituted a cornerstone element of international legal principle. 416. And which has seen considerable replication in North American statutory codes through laws like the U.S. Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO. 417. Those in charge of the BIA and Canada's Department of Indian Affairs could not have entered a clearer statement of their intent to kill, torture, and otherwise grossly abuse generations of Indigenous children if they'd written it out in so many words. The latter deed is in fact, as many a Nazi discovered to his dismay during the post-war trials, never really necessary to prove intent. 418. In this sense, if no other, the old adage about actions speaking louder than words holds true. The implications extend far beyond the sorts of endlessly sadistic horror already discussed. Throughout the entire period in which the residential schools were operating, in virtually every facility, and, perhaps most unspeakably, even as the children were mercilessly flogged for the slightest deviation from the supposed virtues of strict chastity and other such aspects of Christian morality, they were routinely subjected to the attentions of sexual predators among the staff members, quite prominently including priests, nuns, and Protestant clergy. So ubiquitous was the situation that in 1995 Douglas Hogarth, a Supreme Court judge for British Columbia, went on record describing his country's residential school system as having been nothing but a form of institutionalized pedophilia and sexual terrorism. 419. Although they've adamantly denied it. 420. Those in charge, both of the churches and of the Indian Service, knew about and defended this as well. 62. Early indication that this was so will be found in a 1912 report concerning the Cooper Island School, where 2 young girls had been polluted by a male staff member, but information about the pregnancies and who caused them kept from the public, in the interest of the department education system. 421. In 1914, a report that a farm instructor at the Presbyterian Crowstand School had engaged in sexual intercourse with at least 2 young women was similarly hushed up. 422. Even earlier, a homosexual who worked as a recruiter for the Oblate St. Joseph School at High River, Alberta, was detected in the sexual exploitation of schoolboys. 423. Sexual improprieties were also reported at the Birtle School during the 1890s, and at still another Presbyterian school, this one in northwestern Ontario. It was reported that the principal had molested several female students in 1910. 424. In numerous cases, when sexual predation in a given school was discovered or suspected by Native communities whose children were lodged there, the predator was simply moved to another institution and, at least in some instances, promoted. 4. And similar reports continued to accrue right on into the 1950s, as with a male supervisor at the Shingwalk School who was in the habit of sitting little boys on his lap and moving them around until he became sexually aroused. 426. And a female staff member at the Anglicans Moose Factory Indian Residential School, Ontario, who would take showers with the younger Cree boys, ordering them to scrub her breasts and pubic area while she moaned. 427. A 1991 report by the Caribou Tribal Council on the results of its interviews with former students at the Oblate St. Joseph's Mission Residential School in Williams Lake produced shocking figures. In answer to an interviewer's question to a group of 187 people, whether they had suffered sexual abuse as children at the school, 89 answered in the affirmative, 38 in the negative, and 60 refused to answer. Depending as studied bleakness. The residential school at Norway House, Manitoba, 1927. National Archives of Canada. 63. On how the non-respondents are allocated between the yes and no categories, these data represent a reporting rate of from 48 to 70%. The chief investigators of a less scientific study of abuse at the Roman Catholic Kuper Island School in British Columbia found that more than half the 70 people interviewed had horrendous stories. Mel H. Buffalo, an advisor to the Samson Cree Band in Hobbema, Alberta, reported that every Indian person I've spoken to who attended these schools has a story of mental, physical, or sexual abuse to relate. 428. Finally, in 1993, 3 years after investigators for the Ministry of National Health and Welfare had also turned up and publicly commented upon evidence that 100% of the children at some schools were sexually abused between 1950 and 1980. 429. The Indian Service, which had by then been merged into what is called the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, DIAND, turned over the first 35 of its files on suspected molestation cases for further action by the PVCMP. 430. Meanwhile, conclusive proof was piling up in court, beginning in 1989, when Oblate priest Harold McElmty pled guilty to allegations that he'd molested more than a score of boys as young as 5 during his years at the St. Joseph's Mission School. 431. In 1991, an Oblate brother, Glenn Doughty, who'd also worked at St. Joseph's, did the same. 432. And, a year later, Hubert O'Connor, a priest who'd been principal of the school before being promoted to serve as the Bishop of St. George, went on trial for raping and otherwise molesting several female students. A mistrial was declared in 1992, but O'Connor was retried and convicted in 1994. 433. In 1995, Catholic official Jerzy Machinsky was sentenced to 16 years in jail on 28 counts of sexual abuse at the Lower Post Indian Residential School, British Columbia, while Arthur Henry Plint, a career supervisor at the Albany School, entered a guilty plea to having committed serial sexual offences against the children under his care from the moment he was hired until his retirement 20 years later. 434. His case is emblematic of the rest. Plint, then 77, cursed his accusers as he walked into court under the glare of television lights, hitting out with a cane in a final act of contempt and violence. Inside, he pled guilty to 16 counts of indecent assault of Aboriginal boys aged 6 to 13 between 1948 and 1968. 3 of the boys were forcibly sodomized, authors forced to perform oral sex, often daily, for months and years. 435. As one official had already acknowledged, only the tip of the iceberg appeared to have been revealed by such cases. 436. Under these circumstances, Canada's Aboriginal Rights Coalition requested in 1992 that the Indian Department initiate an official and comprehensive investigation of the extent to which sexual predation had prevailed in the schools. 437. In December of that year, Duncan Campbell Scott's heir, Tom Siddon, continued his predecessor's tradition of hiding the truth by declaring that he did not believe a public inquiry was the best approach to resolving the issue. 438. Although by 1992, most of the churches had apologized, the Presbyterians held out until late 1994. Siddon also made it clear that the Indian Service had no intention of following suit. There would be no ministerial apology, no apology on behalf of Canadians, and no plans for providing compensation to the victims. 439. The most the department was willing to offer was a carefully worded expression of regret that bad things had happened in the schools through no fault of its own. 440. In substance, while grudgingly conceding that certain crimes may have been committed in residential school settings, Diand insisted that each should be treated as an individual aberration rather than as a facet of a systemic condition, much less that the purpose of the system itself had in any way been criminal. Thus, the department would not without specific cause initiate an investigation of all former residence employees, or consider the idea that compensation needed to be made collectively, as in a class action situation, to the communities targeted for elimination through the forced transfer/destruction of their children. Instead, it was insisted that each individual to receive compensation of any sort should have to go into open court and demonstrate the precise nature of the damage they'd suffered. 44. With that deterrent procedure in place, 2 of the first group of former students attempting to establish damages found the experience so humiliating that they shortly committed suicide. 443. The department set about its time-honored strategy of limiting public awareness of the issue's dimensions. Without abandoning its rhetoric concerning the need for each allegation to be proven in court, Diand negotiators set out to buy off as many former students as possible among those willing to incur the risks of coming forward, thereby preventing their cases from entering the public record and unduly tarnishing the department's image. Collaterally, of course, one or more sexual predators was protected from prosecution every time this happened. 444. In Saskatchewan, for example, the federal government began quietly to pay, without any formal acknowledgement of responsibility, out-of-court settlements to 50 former students of the government-run residential school on the Gordon Reserve north of 65. Regina. Although the size of the settlements is confidential, as are the details of why they were paid, they are reported to range from $75,000 to $150,000 per person. The secretive nature of the payout in the absence of an apology has angered Aboriginal leaders. Blaine Favell, chief of the Federation of Saskatchewan Indians in 1996, renewed a demand for a national inquiry. Indian Affairs is sweeping the issue under the table, said Favell. 445. Chief Favell was by no means the only Indigenous leader infuriated by this blend of official stonewalling and duplicity. Hence, the Assembly of First Nations launched an investigation of its own, publishing its findings in 1994. 446. A number of individual researchers, both native and non-Dash, also took up the issue. 447. Concurrently, and perhaps most impactfully, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples appointed by Prime Minister Brian Mulroney in response to a protracted 1990 confrontation between armed Mohawks and federal forces at the village of Oka, outside Montreal, did the same. 448. Endowed with far more resources and official prestige than the Native Assembly, the Royal Commission amassed a much broader database, and, in its November 1996 report, openly challenged Diane's position by recommending that the department be instructed to conduct still further inquiry and investigation into the profound cruelty inflicted on Aboriginal people by the department's own residential school policies. 449. Our research and hearings indicate that a full investigation into Canada's residential school system, in the form of a public inquiry, is necessary to bring to light and begin to heal the grievous harm suffered by countless Aboriginal children, families, and communities as a result of the residential school system. The inquiry should conduct public hearings across the country, with sufficient funding to enable those affected to testify. The inquiry should be empowered to commission research and analysis to assist in gaining an understanding of the nature and effects of residential school policies. It should be authorized to recommend whatever remedial action it believes necessary for governments and churches to ameliorate the conditions created by the residential school experience. Where appropriate, such remedies should include apologies from those responsible, compensation on a collective basis to enable Aboriginal communities to design and administer programs that assist the healing process and rebuild community life, and funding for the treatment of affected people and their families. 450. Under the pressure attending such exposure, Diane, now headed by Jane Stewart, abandoned its hard line in favor of a kinder, gentler approach to containment. Having asked for a year in which to formulate its response, Stewart in early 1998 produced a document entitled Gathering Strength. 451. Therein, without once using the word compensation, she laid out an 66. Action plan wherein the department would underwrite a process of renewal in which Native people could set about healing from the tragedy, never the policy of what was done to them in the schools, eventually reconciling with the very government and churches that had done it. 452. So transparent was this ploy, placing as it did the burden of adjustment squarely on the victims while taking the victimizers ever so neatly off the hook, both individually and as a society, that some analysts immediately compared it to the repressive strategies described by Andrew Palsky in The Therapeutic State. 453. Nonetheless, the only official initiative resulting from the report of the Royal Commission has been the endowment of $350 million on what is called the Aboriginal Healing Foundation, mandated to establish psychological counseling programs for former students and their families. 454. One can readily imagine world reaction if, in the aftermath of World War II, Germany, without ever really admitting what it had done, had offered a carefully monitored program of adjustive therapy for survivors as the sole remedy to what they'd suffered in the camps. All the more so if the Germans, as a concomitant of such beneficence, had entitled themselves to retain all they'd gained from their victims' land, resources, even personal property as a result of establishing and maintaining the camp system for years on end. 455. That the perpetrators do no favor to their victims by helping them adapt, accept and thereby legitimate their loss under such circumstances is surely self-evident. 456. Far from redressing the crimes at issue, such an approach embodies a logical/practical consummation of them, enlisting the victims themselves as often unwitting collaborators in the affixing of an unredeemed and illusory seal of propriety upon the ill-gained power and prosperity enjoyed by their victimizers. For while Canada thus continues to hoist itself on the petard of its own performance, it should be noted that the situation is even more putrid in the United States. There, the wall of silence behind which much of what happened to the North was all too conveniently hidden prior to 1990 remains as much in place as ever. 458. Even amidst a burgeoning scandal concerning endemic sexual predations of priests and others operating in mainstream settings over the past 30 years, and of systematic cover ups and protection of offenders, most prominently by the Catholic Church, there has been no exploration at all of the probability that such abuse of Native children was likely as pervasive in U.S. residential schools as in Canada's. Lo the con. 67. Trary, Such efforts as have been made to explain the much better document and in that sense unavoidable phenomena as forced labor and physical torture have been primarily of the sort designed to neutralize rather than elaborate the implications. 460. Worlds of pain. It is true that in both Canada and the United States the imposition of residential schooling upon Indigenous children ended some 20 years ago. It is not true, however, as Diane's Tom Sidon was already claiming by 1991, that the effects are now in the past for, one to the contrary, the ravages of a virulent cluster of psychological dysfunctions that has come to be known in Canada as residential school syndrome, RSS, there is no corresponding term in the United States, although the symptomatologies involved are just as clearly present there not only remains undiminished but may in some respects have intensified during the decades since the last survivors were released from the facilities in which the initial damage was done. 462. Given the proportion of the native population caught up in the residential school system during last 2 generations of its operation, and the fact that the syndrome is demonstrably transmissible to children and others closely associated with / dependent upon survivors. 463. The magnitude of its ongoing impact upon native North America is easily discernible. 464. In its most common manifestations, RSS includes acutely conflicted self-concept and lowered self-esteem, emotional numbing, often described as inability to trust or form lasting bonds, somatic disorder, chronic depression and anxiety, often phobic, insomnia and nightmares, dissociation, paranoia, sexual dysfunction, heightened irritability / tendency to fly into rages, strong tendencies towards alcoholism / drug addiction, and suicidally. 465. Here, it is important to emphasize that while the syndrome has been treated as if were something unprecedented and unique by most Canadian researchers, i.e., as a clinical phenomenon requiring extensive study before it can be either defined or effectively addressed, such posturing adds up more than anything to a subterfuge designed to divert attention from the fact that there is nothing at all new or especially different about RSS. 466. Rather, it has a number of obvious and well-researched corollaries, including the entirely comparable sets of symptoms afflicting victims of rape, torture, hostage-taking, domestic violence and child abuse, all of which are clearly germane to the experience of residential school survivors. 467. Strong. 68. Culture shock. Zaw, a 15-year-old Lakato girl, shortly after being delivered to Captain Pratt in 1878. Hampton University Archives. 69. Similarities also exist between the behaviors exhibited among those suffering RSS and the post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, often associated with soldiers who've undergone heavy combat. 468. Perhaps most significantly, the symptomatologies of RSS are virtually interchangeable with those attending the so-called concentration camp syndrome, CCS, manifested on a collective basis by survivors of both the Nazi facilities and their counterparts in the Soviet Union and elsewhere. 406. The motive of officials and responsible researchers alike in insisting that the residential school syndrome be treated as though it were something new and distinct can thus be viewed as little more than a desire to dodge the implication that if RSS and CCS share a common symptomatology, they would all but inevitably share certain commonalities in causative conditions as well. An equal or greater unwillingness to engage in symptomatic comparison prevails with regard to the observable similarities between RSS and the effects induced by yet another group of total institutions, these being the supermax prison facilities that have recently proliferated in the United States. 470. On this topic, the hush is palpable since the symptomatological catalogue has been accompanied by clear evidence of an official intent to produce precisely the results observed. As noted, penal psychologist Richard Korn explained the purpose of such control units in 1987. The object is to reduce prisoners to a state of submission essential for their ideological conversion. That failing, the next step is to reduce them to state of psychological incompetence sufficient to neutralize them as efficient, Self-directing antagonists. That failing, the only alternative is to destroy them, preferably by making them desperate enough to destroy themselves. 471. As was mentioned earlier, a more accurate formulation of the goals embodied in the rhetoric of Richard Henry Pratt and Duncan Campbell Scott, as well as the methods both men used in pursuing them, would be hard to find. One readily observable result of the residential schools, all but unremarked in discussions of RSS, is the existence of an entire strata of native people in both Canada and the United States who were, in what might be seen as a permanent variation of the so-called Stockholm Syndrome with which hostages are sometimes temporarily afflicted, ideologically converted by their experience. 472. For the most part deeply Christianized, often just as deeply rejecting of their own people/traditions, and primally conditioned to identify their interests as coinciding with those of their oppressors. They have over the past 50 years been increasingly employed by the settler. 70. Status quo governmental, corporate, and academic as a sort of broker class, willing to extend an appearance of native endorsement to even the most objectively anti-Indian initiatives. 473. In exchange for their utility in perpetually subverting themselves/their peoples, the brokers typically receive incidental monetary compensation and appointments to prestigious but invariably powerless positions as Indian leaders. The process steadily deepens their estrangement from native communities wherein they are usually branded sellouts and furthers the process of socio-political fragmentation within the communities themselves. 474. A much larger group, with which the first is significantly overlapped, consists of people among whom the neutralizing symptomatologies of RSS predominate, either intermittently or continuously. Deculturated to the point of being unable to participate fully in their own societies, at least in their own minds, and congenitally barred by the race codes upon which North America's settler societies continue to function from fitting into them either, such people are trapped in a perpetual umbo of conflicted identity, personal unfulfillment, and despair. 475. Seeking some sense of normalcy in marriage and the forming of families, they typically discover that a combination of the psycho-emotional damage they've suffered in the schools, their all but total lack of experience in actual familial settings, and often their inability to secure the steady work necessary to providing for their dependents, generates catastrophic results. 476. As a rule, they end up visiting upon their offspring some variation of the misery they themselves suffered as youngsters. For aware of this, but incapable of altering the destructive dynamics at play, most compound the problem by seeking the oblivion or self-nullification offered by alcohol and/or other substances. Ultimately or alternatively they seek the final closure of suicide at a rate more than 5 times the national average. 4S. For the children of residential school survivors, childhood is often an experience worse than it was for one or both their parents. Their suffering/witnessing of traumatic abuse begins much earlier, often at birth, and tends to be sustained longer and in a more intensive fashion. For the residential school children, those tormenting them were at least the aliens who had displaced their parents. For the children of survivors, it is all too frequently their parents themselves. 47. The record of the residential schools is filled to overflowing with poignant accounts of little boys and girls who cried themselves to sleep each night in loneliness for the warmth and affection of the homes from which they'd been torn. *S. The children of survivors. 71. Darlington, a 12-year-old Cheyenne, captured in a Napoleonic pose at Carlisle, circa 1895. Cumberland County Historical Society. 72. Are home, and must shed their tears in desperate hunger for something they've never known. Children in the schools escaped in droves, almost always trying to return to the places from whence they'd come. When the children of survivors run, as they often do, it is only away increasingly, as native communities throughout North America continue to crumble under the weight of both the residential school legacy and such related factors as disempowerment and dispossession. There is nowhere for them to run to other than the pitiless streets of Winnipeg, Denver, and Chicago. 481 It has been reasonably estimated that 1 in every 2 adult American Indians suffered acute alcoholism during the 20th century. In some locales, the Grassy Narrows Reserve, Ontario, for example, as well as Alkali Lake, British Columbia, Norway House, Manitoba, and Cross Lake, Manitoba, the tally was at times 100%. 482 Much verbiage and untold research dollars have been expended in trying not so subtly to affix blame to the victims themselves, a process of seeking/asserting proof that Native people are genetically predisposed to alcoholism or that there is something in traditional cultures that obtains the same result. 483 No study has as yet attempted to correlate such obvious facts as that while half of all Native people have lately become alcoholics, an equal proportion were also processed through residential schools. In the same vein, although they share neither genetic nor cultural characteristics with native North Americans, other peoples subjected to long-term colonization on the English model, the Irish, for instance, have been notoriously beset by comparable rates of alcoholism, schizophrenia, and other such RSS-like maladies. 484. Pretending that a genetic link to alcoholism might cause the self-obliterating rather than social nature of American Indian drinking patterns does nothing, moreover, to explain why an ever-increasing number of native children have taken to inhaling the fumes of gasoline, solvents, and other such substances in a deliberate attempt to permanently eradicate their consciousness. By the early 1990s, this included 7 in every 10 indigenous youngsters in northern Manitoba, and, by the end of the decade, all the children between 9 and 12 years of age in several villages in Labrador, where, instructively, virtually every adult was both a residential school survivor and an acute alcoholic. 486 To cap off this dismal picture, it must be noted that the efforts of native North American children to negate themselves is not always so figurative. The suicide rates among indigenous adolescents in both Canada and the US run at about 6 to 10 times the national averages, with suicide 73 clusters among native teenagers sometimes pushing the rate upwards of 100 times that of their counterparts in the settler population. 487. Probably the best characterization of RSS, encompassing as well the symptomatologies defining CCS and other closely related syndromes already mentioned, is that advanced by Harvard psychiatry professor Judith Herman in her conception of complex PTSD. 488 Unlike the normal variety of the disorder, which typically results from a single traumatic incident or sometimes, as with many combat veterans, several such incidents grouped closely together in time, complex PTSD arises as the result of a protracted series of such experiences, often accruing from multiple sources. Its effects are thus far more severe than the normal varieties of post-traumatic stress, typically manifesting themselves in such intractable forms as borderline and/or multiple personality disorders. 489 When the trauma begins at an early age, the process of cognitive integration is usually distorted and, at least in many cases, 490 observable alterations in brain structure result. 491 Although a variety of long-term therapeutic approaches offer the prospect of compensating for certain aspects of the damage, it is important to note in this connection that what is at issue are psycho-emotional wounds, not illnesses. 492. None are known to heal. 493. The major defect in Herman's theory in terms of its ability to describe the actuality of RSS is her affixing of the word post as a qualifier to the kind of traumatic stress, no matter how complex, suffered by those she describes. This, despite closure of the residential schools themselves, is something very different from the reality faced by native North Americans, for whom the sources of associated trauma remain as present as ever. Much has been made, for example, of the exacerbation of symptoms among those suffering CCS when they are exposed to neo-Nazi propaganda wherein it is denied that the Holocaust happened. 494 Imagine the effects upon survivors, marching to class at the Blood Anglican School, Alberta, 1916. Even where uniforms were not required or possible, such regimentation of student life was always evident. United Church of Canada Archives. 74. Their children and the groups of which they are part, if, rather than being confined to the ravings of a much reviled lunatic fringe, such denial, officially ordained as truth, were asserted as a socially normative viewpoint. Imagine in the alternative that, although it was conceded that something like the Nazi genocide had indeed occurred, it was merely an understandable mistake, carried out with the best of intentions for all concerned, including the victims, who, ingrates that they are, habitually exaggerate its negative effects. 495. Absurd as such scenarios may sound, this is exactly how the genocide of American Indians is treated by virtually all sectors of the U.S./Canadian settler society. The nature and magnitude of the ongoing traumatic impact of this seamless wall of perpetrator/beneficiary denial upon the continent's native people, both individually and collectively, may be left to simply speak for itself in many respects. There is still more to it, however. That the shame attending the irrational but pervasive social stigma assigned to rape and incest victims greatly compounds/amplifies the original trauma is a matter much remarked by feminist psychologists and others. 496. Imagine the effects if, rather than merely stigmatizing them, society as a whole elected to deal with the uncomfortable fact of their existence by subjecting such victims, not just individually but as a class, to a continuous and all-encompassing process of denigration and ridicule in which even the most flagrant of their abusers was invited to participate, openly and with obvious glee. That native people are routinely subjected to precisely this sort of humiliation is apparent at every turn. The evidence will be found among the hundreds of sports teams that have adopted Indian mascots and/or anointed themselves with names like the Chiefs, the Redskins and the Braves. 497. It will be found again among the hundreds of North American place names now bearing the word squaw, and the cavalier manner in which settlers of all social stations apply the same unspeakably derogatory term to any and all American Indian females. 4. Again, it will be found among the thousands of cinematic releases, worst of all the comedies, rerun endlessly on television, by which the settler society portrays native people for its own amusement. 499. And still again, it emerges from the eternal procession of brand names: Jeep Cherokees, Winnebago recreational vehicles, Big Chief writing tablets, Red Man chewing tobacco, and on through which the dominating society converts indigenous dignity itself into a marketable commodity. 11. Suffice it to observe that no other 75. Group in either the US or Canada is degraded in anything remotely resembling this comprehensive a manner. Suppose now that average rape and incest victims or concentration camp survivors, for that matter even as they were relentlessly pilloried from all sides, found that both official policy and social consensus held that those who had raped, brutalized and otherwise horribly abused them were as a result entitled to own whatever property they themselves had previously possessed, and that they, unless, of course, they could somehow suck it up, get over it, and go to work for those who had maimed, defiled, and dispossessed them. 501. Were correspondingly relegated to living out their lives in utter destitution. Would it be at all reasonable to expect that the circumstances just described might tend to accentuate the complex of trauma-induced symptomatologies already besetting victims of incest, rape, and Nazi-style social engineering? It works no differently for those devastated by RSS, other than that where the effects of such factors on each of the other victim groups are for the most part hypothetical. For those traumatized by what was done to them and/or their parents in the residential schools, such things comprise the concrete matrix of day-to-day existence. Putting shape to the future. Native North Americans are by no means the only people who have been subjected to residential schooling, or something similar, by their colonizers. Certainly, the station policy maintained by Australia with regard to the Aboriginal populace of that subcontinent during the bulk of the 20th century bears a more than passing resemblance. 502. As do the results embodied in the Aborigines' lost generations. 503 Although residential facilities were not usually employed, the system of compulsory schooling imposed by Britain upon the Irish from the early 19th century onward entailed pedagogical objectives identical to those pertaining to American Indians: destruction of linguistic and spiritual traditions, undermining of familial/social structures, and so on. 504 The same goals hallmark the modes of schooling more selectively forced by the British upon their colonial subjects in India and West Africa. 305. Occasionally, as with the British Home Child Program, some of the worst aspects of what was done to American Indian and Australian Aboriginal young people have also been visited upon unwanted or surplus white youngsters. British overseas territories like Canada, Australia, Rhodesia, New Zealand, and South Africa participated in a white child slavery operation with England for well 76. Over a century, Canada's complicity ending officially in 1924 and unofficially in 1948. English orphans or children seized from their impoverished parents by benevolent organizations were shipped to Canada, at a cost of $2 each for the Canadian government, and assigned as farm laborers, domestics, or whatever to the Canadian public at large. The children were, among other outrages, exploited as labor, occasionally bought and sold among the farms upon which they resided, often denied an education, and more than frequently abused, sexually, physically, and emotionally, by their owners. The American government had a similar program, scooping up their own inner-city children as well as buying some of the Yorkshire overflow. 506. While the fate of the home children was an exceptionally ugly manifestation of the vicious class structure by which the English-speaking world has organized itself internally, such phenomena have plainly been the rule in colonial settings. Indeed, it has been observed that something akin to the residential school system is inherent to any successful order of colonialism. 507 As Sartre noted in his preface to Frantz Fanon's monumental anti-colonialist tract, The Wretched of the Earth and Elsewhere, colonization can only be accomplished by a violent subjugation internalized as terror by the colonized. 508. Colonial violence does not only aim to keep the enslaved people at a respectful distance, it also seeks to dehumanize them. No effort will be spared to liquidate their traditions, substitute our language for theirs, destroy their culture without admitting them to ours. They will be rendered stupid by exploitation. Malnourished and sick, if they continue to resist, fear will finish the job. The natives have guns pointed at them, along come civilians who settle upon their land and force them with the riding crop to farm it for them. If they resist, the soldiers or police will shoot and they are dead men. If they give in, they degrade themselves and they are no longer human beings. Shame and fear fissure their character and shatter their personality. The business is carried out briskly by experts. Psychological services are by no means a new invention. Neither is brainwashing. 509. Eventually, if the colonizer's system functions as intended, the colonized do not even need to be exterminated anymore. No, the most urgent thing is to humiliate them, to wipe out the pride in their hearts, to reduce them to the level of animals. The body will be allowed to live on, but the spirit will be destroyed. Tame, train, punish, those are the words that obsess the colonizer. 510. In effect, aside from the perpetual massacre through which it is of necessity sustained, colonialism is by its very nature a process of cultural genocide. Colonization cannot take place without systematically liquidating all the autochthonous characteristics of the native. 77. Society. 311. It follows that, for Sartre, colonialism, as such, equal genocide. It may be added, moreover, that there is nothing in his formulation, unlike those advanced from virtually every other quarter during the second half of the 20th century, 312, which is in the least inconsistent with Raphael Lemkin's original conception of the crime. Although Sartre's percipience has been treated as controversial, especially among self-described genocide scholars, it seems reasonable to postulate that only those in a state of denial, that is to say, those wedded in one way or ten to an unadmitted but nonetheless potent package of personal privileges they perceive as accruing to them through the continuation of colonial dominance by their own group, might be expected to profess surprise, confusion, or the need for qualification of the proposition that an inherently genocidal system must produce inherently genocidal results. 313. Worst of all are those who, having looked their own society's genocidal comportment in the eye, harness their intellects to proclaiming it something else. 314. In them, the genocidal mentality, and thus the perpetual recurrence of genocide, may be witnessed at its most distillate. When scholars deny genocide, in the face of decisive evidence that it has occurred, they contribute to a false consciousness that has the most dire reverberations. Their message is that genocide requires no confrontation, no reflection, but should be ignored, glossed over. In this way, scholars lend their considerable authority to the acceptance of this ultimate human crime. More than that, they encourage, indeed invite, a repetition of that crime from virtually any source in the immediate or distant future. By masking the truth, that is, scholars contribute to the deadly psycho-historical dynamic in which unopposed genocide begets new genocides. 515. For those not of this ilk, there can be neither compromise nor equivocation. Given that residential schooling and its corollaries have all along served as a linchpin in the consolidation of colonial order, and that colonialism in itself amounts to genocide, there can be no hedging as to whether either the schools or their after-effects were/are really genocidal. They were, and blatantly so. The something taking the place of this truth remarked by Wittgenstein in the epigram to this essay is thereby revealed as the aggregate of interpretations holding that the Indian residential school systems maintained by the US and Canada were anything but instruments of genocide. 316. The first task, then, is to uncover the source of the misrepresentation and transform it into what is true. Genocide, always and everywhere, must be called by its right name. So, too, must those who would camouflage or deny 78. It be called by theirs. Such insights must be voiced, not to power those in charge have always known, and never cared but in its teeth, so that truth can penetrate the minds of people. 7 Having thus defined the phenomenon at hand in a fashion common to both Wittgenstein and Huey Newton, the question becomes how it might be caused to act in the desired manner, that is, to cease and disappear. 318 The answer, of course, resides in the source of both the phenomenon and its misrepresentation. Insofar as the genocide embodied in residential schooling arises as an integral aspect of colonialism, then colonialism must be seen as constituting that source. It follows that the antidote will be found, exclusively so, in a thoroughgoing process of decolonization. 319 To be consciously anti-genocidal, one must be actively anti-imperialist, and vice versa. To be in any way an apologist for colonialism is to be an active proponent of genocide. 520. In this, given the dynamics of power at play, there are indeed can be no bystanders. If you're not part of the solution, as Eldridge Cleaver once so aptly put it, you are part of the problem. 321 Rephrased in affirmative terms, decolonization in the context of native North America means simply the assertion and realization by American Indians of the right to self-determination repeatedly confirmed in international law as being vested in all peoples, by virtue of which, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. 522 More concretely, this means the extension of unfettered indigenous jurisdiction over the full extent of the territories explicitly reserved by native peoples for their own use and occupancy in their treaties with the US and Canada, as well as such territories as were expropriated from them through fraudulent or coerced treaties. Within these reconstituted homelands, an aggregate totaling perhaps half the continent. 3. It follows that indigenous nations, not North America's settler state governments, will exercise complete control over everything from natural resource disposition, to their form, s, of government, to the criteria of citizenship. 3. For there can be none of the current U.S. subterfuge of pretending that native people are already self-determining. 525. Or that they are entitled to exercise only a kind of internal self-determination previously unknown to legal discourse. 50. Restitution in terms of property and jurisdiction are by no means the only elements involved in the decolonization of native North America. The colonization itself occurred in flagrant violation of international law, not least through the systematic breach of some 400 ratified treaties in the U.S. and 79 scores more in Canada, 527, and has been maintained since 1945 in circumvention of provisions in the United Nations Charter making colonialism itself illegal. 528. To this must be added the implications of sustained and multifaceted violations of the Genocide Convention and numerous other conventions, covenants, and declarations by both North American settler states. 529. Under international tort law, offending entities incur a liability with regard to each such breach of legality, requiring that, to the extent possible, they repair all damages done as a result of their transgressions. 530. In cases where reparation is not possible, as examples, where land has been rendered uninhabitable by mining and or contamination, or where the destruction of population is involved, they are obliged to make adequate compensation to the victims/survivors. 531. Under no circumstances is an offending entity entitled to define adequacy of restitution, reparation, or compensation. Is the prerogative/responsibility of a neutral third party such as the International Court of Justice, World Court. 532. Finally, there is the matter of criminal culpability. Those who formulated and presided over, as well as those who carried out criminal policies, are subject to prosecution for their actions. Where domestic tribunals fail to mete out justice in such matters as those of the United States and Canada invariably have the authority of the newly constituted International Criminal Court may be invoked, despite an ongoing refusal on the part of the United States in particular to accept its jurisdiction. 533. As to the matter of the culpability lodged in the broader settler populations that have for so long proven themselves accepting of what was/is being done to American Indians, and who have gladly queued up to avail themselves of material benefits plainly accruing at the expense of native people, a posture adding up to complicity, if nothing else a more metaphysical resolution presents itself. In general, this would assume the form of penance explored quite eloquently by Karl Jaspers in his The Question of German Guilt. 534. At a minimum, the accurazing of mainstream Euro-American history, thereby replacing national/cultural hubris with the sort of humility accompanying all such admissions of criminal comportment, would undoubtedly go far towards dissipating the attitudes which gave rise to the residential school system and related atrocities, while giving no small measure of psychic comfort to surviving victims. 535. How such things are to be accomplished is not readily apparent. Codifications of law and the existence of appropriate judicial fora are one thing, enforcement of the law another thing entirely. As has been observed, governments inclined to perpetrate genocide and associated crimes, as well as the constituents endorsing them, tend not to be susceptible to moral suasion. 536. Instead, they are apt to turn with utmost viciousness upon those mounting anything resembling an effective challenge to their prerogatives, maintaining for such purposes highly developed police and military establishments. 537. Because of this, genocidal states determine to a considerable extent the methods necessary to bring them to heel. With regard to Nazi Germany, for example, a world war was required to accomplish the task. In the aftermath of that catastrophe, and with an eye towards preventing the recurrence of anything so cataclysmic, the community of nations, prefiguring Malcolm X, vested the citizenry of every state with not only the right but the obligation to utilize whatever means might prove necessary to ensure the compliance of their governments with international law. 338 One firm indication of what was meant by this not really so ambiguous mandate will be found in the post-war valorization of the group of German army officers who in 1944 attempted to forcibly disband the Nazi government. 53 The task is daunting. There is nothing comfortable or convenient about its doing, no petition that can be signed or electoral campaign that can be conducted, no manifesto nor protest song that can be written, no rally or candlelit prayer vigil that can be held, no mass demonstration or peace march, no switch to an exotic diet, clothing and or hairstyle, no consciousness expanding pills that can be taken to compel the requisite changes in the status quo. 540 Such change cannot be attained through tax-deductible cash contributions or the building of better bike paths, the banning of ashtrays in public spaces, or by teaching our kids to play soccer rather than baseball. 541 No, the process will be painful, unavoidably and exceedingly so, and it will not be over in a hurry. While its form will no doubt be decisively different, both its duration and the deprivations experienced by participants will likely surpass those evidenced in China during the Long March. 54 Yet, should those among North America's settler societies who manage to see things clearly nonetheless shirk their responsibility to do that which is necessary, the agony of the others who are their country's victims will continue, incrementally worsening to the point of their long prophesied extinction. 543 Somewhere between this point and that, those relegated to the excruciation of nullified existence will seize upon a moment of cumulative anguish and do the job themselves or try to in a manner both natural and far more horrific than if the defaulters had done it themselves. 81. Maintained at the level of animals by an oppressive system, they are not allowed any rights, not even the right to live, and their condition worsens day by day, when a people's only remaining option is in choosing how to die. When they have received from their oppressors only one gift, despair, what have they got to lose? Their misery will become their courage, they will turn the eternal rejection that colonization presents them with into an absolute rejection of colonization. 545. If the resulting monumentality of violence would be redeemed by the fact that it was no less than man reconstructing himself. 546. Far better that significant sectors of the colonizing populace joined hands with the Coloradonists before the fact, eliminating colonialism in a common project that had the effect of reducing the magnitude of violence experienced by all concerned. Surely, such a project is worthy by any and all conceivable moral, ethical, and legal standards. Equally surely, we owe it to the survivors of the ongoing process of genocide embodied in the residential schools and to their children, their grandchildren, and to our own humanity, if ever it is to be reclaimed, that we shoulder the burden, whatever it may entail, of ensuring that the order of colonialism at last is shattered, never to be restored. Most importantly, we owe it, all of us, to our coming generations, 7 deep into the future, to bequeath unto them lives free of the nightmarish reality in which we ourselves remain so mired. Should that prove to be the legacy of the little ones who suffered so long and so terribly in the schools, then perhaps their spirits may finally be at peace. 82.